Okay, it works. Okay.
Yeah. I need me a sunshine chick with a flower in her hair. Ooh, yeah, that girl is rare. I ran out of luck, my chick up and let me stand here. And I'm looking around like where? We just had a one night thing, yeah, you playing with a flare. Girl, you unfair. Had to see like one more thing before you go disappear. I'ma make this clear. Drink so cold, yeah, that shit on ice. Girl so bad, had to look twice. Like, oh my bad, then we lock our eyes. Slow mo passes, is cold red high. I like your style, my kind of woman when I one away. I've been wondering like where you at and where you stay. Wanna put a bunch of money with no one to take. Got up on the day, baby, when we get down, hey. You pick it, you choose it, I pick you. It's obvious, ain't it? Precision, you do it. That's why I can't get over you. Topic of conversation. I don't wanna be your friend. I just wanna be your man. I'm riding with a kiss so fresh. I know when we hit that gas, tryna make this night last. Take your time now. We could go slow. Ay, we could go fast night life vibe right now. We could go off. Give me so high, so right, so nice. Yeah, what this shit called? It's priceless. You priceless. I need me a sunshine chick with a flower in her hair. Ooh, yeah, that girl is rare. I ran out of luck, my chick up and let me stand here. And I'm looking around like where? We just had a one night thing, yeah, you playing with a flare. Ay, girl, you unfair. Had to see like one more thing before you go disappear. I'ma make this clear. Ay, yeah, been waiting and wishing, staying and thinking about you, where you going. I mind my own business. Hey, ashtray all filled with my guts and some roaches. Said this basic physics. Ay, law of attraction, like come on, you know this. I am what you missing. Ay,
Ah,
sometime XOXOXO shit. I've been in the shade. I can see a thing. I need me a sunshine chick with a flower in her hair. Ooh, yeah, that girl is rare. I ran out of luck, my chick up and let me stand here. And I'm looking around like where? We just had a one night thing, yeah, you playing with a flare. Ay, girl, you unfair. Had to see like one more thing before you go disappear. Yeah, I'ma make this clear. Yeah, I met you overseas, but you're from my hometown. Like, what are the odds of that? Isn't it odd? In fact, it might be meant to be. You should be with me. We should make it us, not just you and me. I swear I fell in love almost instantly when I saw you, cause you move differently. You're perfect visually. Yeah, I hope you're into me. Yeah, flash forward, we've been here talking all night. Got me feeling alright, but I got you all wrong. Cause I realized that you don't want what I want, yeah. I thought that you were my type, ayy. You had me thinking about life like you might be the one. But you're not that type, cause you just want fun. I guess that's alright, but we could have been so much more than just one. Yeah.
Wait. Here we are, menu. Yes. Play screen. Блять, potato. Yeah, good idea, potato, good idea. I like it. Sheesh. Yeah, should I add suicide mechanic for the game? It sounds cool. Can I say this? Can they ban me if I say this? I think I can't say it. I need to say unalive, right? Unalive. Let me check actually. I'm just curious. For fun reasons. Can I say words to the side when streaming on the YouTube, or it can be against this? You can say. An undead. An undead. No, this. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Whatever, man. Okay, what do we have here? Step into title bar, close button active. What the fuck is this? Does options go to options actually? No. What's the point of this? Oh! Wait, it didn't work. I guess. Play options. What's the point of this menu then? How are you, Potato? Should have a chance of the main character having no close. So that way the players would close and open the game many times and generate a lot of traffic. I don't think closing and opening the game will generate any traffic, but it sounds interesting. Maybe there will be a chance that he will stop moving. He will refuse. So this way you need to actually close and open the game. This will be, people will see it as a bug, but it will be actually player inside the game, the main character, having his own will. What's the point of those buttons on the top? Yeah, it will be a feature. I think the issue is that I'm trying to design main menu, and it should be different from main menu in game. I don't know, wait. Oh, maybe yes. Okay. The screen. So this is main menu. This is for in-game menu. Yeah, I'm thinking about. So basically, look, I have those buttons, but they work, but the thing is that I want my options to be connected to these options. So when I click options, these things opens. So in my logic, I need to make the Firefly. Maybe it's fine like this. So in my logic, this should be connected. Button on the left and button on the top. But I think you don't need these buttons on the top in the main menu. Not main menu. In the starting menu. So, or you can say main menu. It won't be pause menu. Pause menu will be this one. This is pause menu. Oh, this looks very bad. But you know, this will be main menu in the game. I think. Yeah. So I need to separate this one. Make those words global and connect the both to the. Yeah, but I. But if I make those global, then I need to add more options on the top, and I think it should be different menus, honestly. Yeah, I think it should be different. Yeah, never mind. I think they should be different. For example, when you play the game, you don't want to go to the credits, or you don't want to go to start new game or continue. You want to exit to the main menu. No? This is how many games behave. So this will be not play screen, but this will be a main menu in game. But how will we return? Like with X? With X return? I don't remember how UI works. Let's just take any random game like Dark Souls. Let's check. Nah, Dark Souls. UI. Dark Souls. UI database. Oh, fuck you! I don't know. I need main menu. I don't need Skyrim. Yeah, like Skyrim. Like Skyrim, no? Like Skyrim. They have different ones, for example. But how do they do options? Skyrim main menu. Yeah, like Skyrim. It's so sad that the UI database is down. Okay, Skyrim main menu in Unity. He will probably show how it works. Can you help with my combat system? I can give you a tip. What do you need the Lucro? So he doesn't click on them. Wait, maybe clicks on the end. Hello, Luke. What issues do you have? Okay, and like having options on the main menu. What is Kamikami? Kimihamika. Oh. No. I mean, yeah, no. I think for you, Lucro, you can try to look for some plugins on Unreal if they have some power-ups, but essentially you need to just create variables for that. You need to like create an enumeration. You know what you need to do for this, Lucro? You need to learn Unreal Engine gameplay ability system. If you type this one, and then you can probably watch this 3-hour one. I didn't watch it fully. Yeah, look. This one. He shows you everything you need to know in 3 hours about this. And after you watch this 3 hours tutorial, you will be able to create everything. So for example, here he creates basic attack. And I believe he creates healing. I mean, then if you watched it, then yes. This is all you need to know. You just then create them. If you watched it, then it should be good. I don't like it, so I don't use the gameplay ability system. Maybe I will use it in the future, but to be honest, I think it's too advanced. I think it's too bad. Here he just had some. If you want to, yeah, it's not this much helpful, but you can still use it. I mean, you can just now type Unreal Gas Fireball. If you need to create something now, you can just create this. You can just now type Gas Fireball, for example. Here you see, and here this guy says. Honestly, I recommend this one, not the Code with Pro. Is it you, Luke Crow, Code with Pro? Are you brothers? No, this one I don't recommend. Try to so go to Ryan Laley. This one I remember, and this one is good. He will show you how to create icons, cooldowns. Here he shows you everything, and in the end, what do we have in the end? And here he just casting Fireball. That's it. So yeah, just check Ren lately. I really like Ren lately. I think he's one of the best tutorials. Animation. You need to know, or you know what you can do? You can go to Fab again and type animations. Yeah, I understand. Just type. You probably need something like this. I don't know. You need some animations for it. You need to. Monkey animation. Let's type monkey animation. And just type animation. This one? Yeah, just Luke, you need to Google it. Just type anything. Oh, this one. No. This one may probably have something. No. Yeah. But those are not free. She is hot, by the way. Nice monkey. Nice monkey, but actually. She can be naked? No, to be honest, this is a good. Cover animations. So yeah, Luke, you just need to find animations to make them yourself. You can't just put a button to. Ding, ding, ding. One second, guys. Try to look for full course. Okay, guys, what the fuck? So much scanner capture. Yeah, look, but it is a little bit toxic. But you need to. Should I keep it like this forever? I don't like it. I think you need to. You can find someone who will teach you. You need to Google tutorials for it. I can only give a tip, as I said. Yeah, ChatGPT is very good at it. You can actually just ask ChatGPT for it. Freaky GPT. Is there Freaky GPT? Freaky bot. There is Freaky GPT, guys. He's always ready to get freaky. By Mark. Okay, what do I need? So I Potato, do you remember how to make the menu in the game? I don't I don't remember how I put the menu inside the level. Why is the menu inside when I start this menu? I don't remember. Game menu. Is it here? Game mode, menu, game mode. Oh, maybe this one. Game mode menu. Oh, yo, maybe it's a game mode. I don't remember how I start. Player state, player controller, particle, HUD. HUD. I don't remember how it's happening. I did it like 4 months ago. Yeah. Game mode. Menu game mode. Game mode. HUD class. HUD. Class settings. Game mode base. Because I don't have player there, so it's not connected to player. It's connected to the BP HUD somewhere. Menu game mode. I mean, it's probably somewhere here, but I'm kinda lost. Class defaults HUD. So let's go to BP HUD. Write player UI, event begin play, create widget player UI. So this one doesn't start. This is not the HUD defaults and root. Main menu. VBP main menu in game. VBP main menu. Main menu. There is main menu in game and main menu VBP. And main menu in game. This one, there is different. Game menu game mode. Defaults mode. Oh yeah, I don't remember. New level, point light, dust, new level sequence, fly menu. If I remove menu dummy, so it's connected because we are in the game mode. It makes sense. This map is connected to a different game mode. Let's ask ChatGPT. Suicide discussion. Delete. I forgot how I implemented specific menu to work inside a menu, inside the start menu, start screen, map level, it when it launches it shows specific menu, and I don't remember how to set change how to where to basically, no, I don't remember change where to set change this widget. the level is connected to a specific game mode, so I believe it should be inside this mode, but I don't see anything inside. I did it 1 month ago. Forgot. I didn't touch it. It does not have a player blueprint inside it. Maybe inside controller. Oh, it can be inside controller. Maybe inside controller. It can be inside controller actually. Game mode defaults. I already checked it. I already checked the defaults. I don't see anything here. I don't see anything here. It just has HUD. Okay, wait. PP HUD? Oh, nothing changes. Oh. No, it's not 1 month, it's 4 months. 4. I think it because it's an engine. HUD. Should be just HUD. Oh my god, it's C++. Game mode. Look at. I can make new one. Duh, but I just want to remember. The logic for begin play, create widget. Player controller. I think it is in player controller. Wait, but there is nothing here, honestly. Game mode. Oh my god. Player this. BP level light. What the fuck is BP level up? I remember what it is for. Cast to BP HUD. VBP shop. VBP main menu. In game it should be. Yes, in game. In pause menu. Those are different. Those are different. Those are very different. Pause menu and that menu. What the fuck is this? It's for mouse position. Fuck! It's just something that it's like ability system debug. That's so short. So if I enable BP HUD, we will see the player. Yes. So highlights, guys, here, decollector, new level. There's nothing here. Where do I select emote for the level? Project settings. Inside project settings. Default emote, action platform. World settings. Game mode. I don't see game mode here. Oh, menu game mode. Okay, let's try action platformer. No, wait. Wait a bit. Even if changing the game mode, this menu still stays where this widget could be spawned. And let's also subscribe to ChatGPT, guys. Just so he doesn't give me shit answers. Nice one, Potato. I left that the Access ChatGPT Plus because it did, but my microphone was muted, so. No, I didn't fix. I'm looking for it. Wait, you can open level blueprint? How? I don't remember the. I think it should be somewhere here. No, it's not inside player controller. It's not inside player controller. Can be inside a regular player controller. But I don't like that it's C++. I don't think it's inside C++. Not here.
Yeah, I'm big-headed, but you small-minded. Oh yeah, I try and get it, hey, whole team grinding. Oh yeah, fuck what they say, hey, yeah, I put my time in. Oh, I need that Louis lining. Michelin star dining. I'ma be honest, I was in Lil Sis with the Buffalo Ranch. Fuck all you kids, yeah, you fucking know, man. Flow barbaric, let my fam come name. Yeah, she know
I don't know how to open the blueprint. I don't think I edited level blueprint ever in my life. Ever in my life. Oh, oh my god! Yes, it's here. I yeah, I remember now. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. It was so difficult to hear. Привет, Наликабли. Я не мог найти менюшку. Я не помню, я не знал, где меню находится. Okay. So now we can edit the menu. Play screen. Okay, nice. Is the UI game database? Okay, we'll come back to UI later because What elf level blueprint is good for? Special kind that is specific to a single layer, it's itself. All specific events get sensor level includes camera flying as with explosions or environmental changes. Level specific object control triggering doors, platforms, or lights on their system in that level. Disabling actors or moving objects when entering the level and then disabling games or post-process effects. Showing the main menu, post menu, or level intro widget, starting up hard variations depending on the level. Handling level transitions, triggering level load, saving player progress, and transitioning after. One of logic you don't need to reuse, but not to use it for usable logic. Clear logic will be logic persistence systems. You said I can save it, set the pro isn't game instinct for I have a blueprint. Triggering a save. Triggering a save. Okay. Let's go back to it. Um, I want to do something else. Ah. Понятно, сегодня не будет никакой деф. We're just gonna... We're gonna fix structs. I don't see a scene. I know it should be a scene. Okay, let's go. 2 hours tutorial, guys. Cheese. Cheese. I'm gonna mutinate.
I'm your host, Victor Broden, and my guest is Ben Ziegler, Unreal Engine consultant. Awesome. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about the asset manager. Ben, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to talk through the asset manager. This is something that's been requested a few times. Pretty programmer focused, but also like designers and anyone who's interested in kind of the more more depths of the engine will be interested. Just a few slides I want to start out with, just kind of just talk through the basics of it. Yeah, so the asset manager. Before we go too far into that, I just want to give a quick intro for myself. Hi, I'm Ben Ziegler. I am just my email address and my Twitter handle. I originally developed the asset manager when I was a full-time Epic engineer a few years ago. Now I'm working as an independent contractor, exclusively with the Unreal Engine, and I also help out by contributing directly to the engine sometimes. My experience is kind of half gameplay and then kind of half in the more core parts of the engine. And then, the relevant parts for this discussion is I worked on both Epic internal games, on the engine gameplay framework, blueprint team, and I also worked on the action RPG sample, which I was on here a few years ago to talk about. So, what is the asset manager? So it's a single global object. It's very much like an engine subsystem, which is kind of a newer concept, but it's a little bit older than an engine subsystem. But just treat it like an engine subsystem. It's not map or mode specific. There's only one of them, even if you're in the editor or in the game. There's only one. One of the main things it does is it categorizes and queries unloaded assets using something called the asset registry, which I'll get into in a second. It also maintains a global asset loading state, which means it keeps track of which things are in memory and which things are not in memory. And it also integrates a bunch of existing systems that were kind of spread out. So it talks to the cooking system, it talks to the async loading system, and obviously the asset registry, like I mentioned. It's also designed to be overridden and extended by individual games. So it's kind of designed with a little bit of game-specific extensibility in mind. So I mentioned the asset registry. So the asset registry is used for a bunch of things, not just the asset manager. The main thing it's used for is powering the content browser in the editor, which keeps track of all of your meshes, all of your textures, all of everything. It does this by storing information about assets that are saved, even if they're not in memory. So it can know about all the meshes in your entire game. When you load your editor up, it actually refreshes that off of a disk cache, which if you've ever loaded the content browser and you see a progress bar in the corner, that is the asset registry, loading up all the information up. It actually refreshes the entire game. When you load, so it can know about all the meshes in your entire game. When you load your editor up, it actually refreshes that off of a disk cache, which if you've ever loaded the content browser and you see a progress bar in the corner, that is the asset registry, loading up all the information off of the disk. For the asset, so the other thing it has is it has a key and value map for every single asset that allows you to store kind of arbitrary data in the asset registry at save time, which you can then read back later on. And the asset manager is takes advantage of that capability. Most of the data stored in the asset registry is also available in a cooked or packaged game, but not all of it is. We'll get into that a little bit. We will get into that a little bit later. And it also provides the data storage for the asset manager's internal systems. Okay, so the asset manager, why does it exist? This is actually kind of a hard question to answer. We were talking about how to describe the asset manager and what the purpose of it is. And it's actually a little bit complicated because when you're just making a prototype game, or a very map-based game where you go from the first map to the second map and it's very like static, you don't really need an asset manager. You need an asset manager when you're going from that static prototype into a more complicated game that has a lot of different things that kind of like interact with each other, or you need to know about from like other places. It's especially important if you're making like a role-playing game or something like a roguelike, where there's a lot of different types of things. So this came about originally because we were making a game like that with lots of things in it. We started with something called the object library, which is used in a few places still, but it's kind of like an older version of the asset manager that just kind of like keeps track of a very specific list of objects and lets you read information about them from the asset registry. But that was kind of limited because we wanted to keep track of a lot of different types of things, like weapons and like potions and all sorts of things like that. So the other problem with that is the blueprint classes work a little differently than other assets, and they're kind of a pain to work with sometimes. So the asset manager kind of hides that complexity. It also helps deal with long load times and high memory usage, because the other way you can avoid having an asset manager is if you just load everything into memory at the startup of your game, then you don't really need one, but also you're wasting a lot of memory, and then your load times will be like minutes long at the beginning of your game, and no one wants that. The other thing is we were trying to move from a lot of cases using hard UObject references and kind of loading those when you need them. But that is a problem because that can often cause really bad stalls in your game. Like you might just go try to do something and you have to wait like 5 seconds for it to react. And players hate that. Like no player likes that. So we were trying to move away from that, and the asset manager was a tool we used to do that. Another thing we wanted to support is when you're going from like your main menu into your game, or you're like on a client of a server, you need to load different types of data. And that is kind of hard to track. So we wanted to have a system that can handle tracking that for us. Then the last important thing it does is it ties into the sort of packaging and chunking system, which just decides which files things end up in on your final platform, on your console or your mobile device or on PC. So that was also a complicated manual system that the asset manager is just designed to interact with. So there's a few kind of like big components to talk through. I guess the first thing is, what is a primary asset? So a primary asset is anything you would talk about as being the top level thing. So a map, like a level, is a primary asset because you can talk about it from anywhere in the game. But you also might have other primary assets like weapons or potions, or up to 50 different types of primary assets depending on what your game needs. So there's one type for basically every single class. So there's a potion type, a weapon type, a map type. And then there's also a identifier, or just called a primary asset ID, which is one of those for every single asset that you need to categorize. There's also this concept of rules. Rules are basically sort of like the rules do you apply to different types of primary assets. It could be for cooking, or for chunking, or for management. I will get into those a little bit later. There's a settings, which also is very game specific, which lets you set how you load and use each of the primary assets. And then this isn't a formal type, but we talk about secondary assets because they're anything that's not a primary asset. So there's like textures or meshes, because you don't normally say like load a texture. You say like, oh, this texture is in a material, which is in a mesh, which is in a character. So most things in the game end up being secondary assets. Right, so to make a primary asset type, the easy way to do that is you just subclass uPrimary data asset, which you can do from both a native class or just in the blueprint editor. That kind of does all the work for you. You can also prototype with any asset you want using some settings that I'll get into in a second. But you need to kind of adjust your settings if you want to use that method, because it's a little slower. So it's preferred to use primary data asset or something like it. Then you set the scan options, which I'll show you. And then the default behavior is that the identifier will use the short name of the asset.
Ассет. Зачем их вообще загружать? Пусть будет ассет и все. И пусть он уже все автоматически. Как бы если его не используют, то зачем это все ассет? Я вот не понимаю, что это вообще. Слушай, я не понимаю, это ваши английские слова какие-то просто. Ассет.
Like weapon axe, which I'll show you. And then the default behavior is that the the identifier will use the short name of your asset. So if your asset is just called like weapon axe, but it's in a really long.
Ну, знаешь, что интересно? У меня есть тракт, короче. Вот этот. И мне вот интересно, вот это все, что я делал. У меня здесь, смотри, есть статик меш, skeletal mesh, потом статик меш, монтажи, Ниагара, еще одна Ниагара, материал интерфейс, саунды, опять анимация, монтаж, еще. Мне вот интересно, все, что вот это я сейчас сделал для вот этой даты своего NPC, неужели она будет заменена вот этим потом страктом, который нужно будет потом типа мейкать? Так вот, make. И вот здесь, неужели я вот это все потом буду ставить в нем? Мне вот это теперь интересно, потому что вот мне вот теперь интересно. Неужели все это время я делал это ну как, понятно, что неправильно. Я поэтому сейчас смотрю этот видос. Ну так, асинхронная загрузка must have, однозначно. Потому что у тебя, я знаю, ну, что я сейчас узнал, я даже не знал, что если у меня, короче, есть вот этот стракт, да? Правильно? Вот это даже датабаза, даже не обязательно стракт. Вот эта датабаза, короче, если загружается, то вместе с ней вообще все загружается уже. То есть я, если запускаю игру, он грузит, короче, всех NPC, у которых есть вот это все. И получается таким образом, что если у тебя, ну, должно быть сейчас 2 NPC вокруг тебя, ты загрузишь 50, даже если они у тебя есть. И мне кажется, вот это надо, я не знал, что так работает. Я думал, что вот они тут лежат, ты их загружаешь автоматически. И оказывается, что как только ты загружаешь, все вместе с ними загружается. И датабазы, и вот эти все тракты. Но на самом деле это тоже логично. Ну, короче, посмотрим. Сейчас посмотрю еще видосы, я подумаю, как это делать по-другому.
Path, it'll just be called weapon axe.
Вот я тоже думаю, что вот я сейчас буду как раз... Пока я не очень далеко с загрузкой вот этих ассетов, я думаю, надо так. Я как раз таки же недавно сделал вот эту штуку. У меня, короче, я тебе покажу, чтобы ты знал. Как я ненавижу вот так вот ходить. У меня же вот если ты посмотришь сейчас на игрока, видишь, сколько у него всего?
Это белое, это его вижен, короче. Если сюда NPC попадает, то он становится видимым. А вот это зелененькое, это вроде как вот актор чек он называется. И он как раз таки заставляет все эффекты не работать и все звуки. Ну пока только звук. И у него своя логика. Ну, чтобы вот так вот было. Чтобы так могло быть. Повернулся и не узнаешь, что за тебя есть кто-то. А потом он выходит. Там даже звук, кстати. Там даже звук есть, что вот этот звук спавнится, кстати. Они, правда, останутся чуть раньше. Мне так нравится это. Ну а что, зачем его показывать? Мне кажется, так нормально. И вот если ты его как бы видишь, то ты его начинаешь видеть. Мне кажется, это нормальная тема. Почему ты должен видеть кого-то сзади себя? И мне кажется... Это смешно такой. Да. Вот. И Vision это одно, да? Я как бы могу что-то, наверное, с Vision в этом сделать. Но я не думаю, что я буду что-то загружать с Vision, кроме как вот этот визуально, да? Но я думаю, будет какая-то с каким-то левел стримингом нужно будет как-то загружать. Что значит, по сути, две области? Короче, я еще другую покажу сразу. Сейчас давай это напишу, чтобы я потом сам... Vision. Здесь это будет actor check. Actor check. Сейчас тебе скажу. И вот, и, короче, есть actor check. И вот видишь, у него есть... Он проверяет Custom Sound Component, если у тебя есть. И если у тебя есть вот этот компонент звука, то он, короче, берет эти звуки, которые есть в этом блупринте, и он здесь получает все звуки, которые нужно, по большей степени. Но тут ничего не важно, да? И как раз таки, ты когда из него выходишь, то он его активирует или не активирует. И как раз таки, вот, видишь? Потому что если его выключить ему звук, он все равно работает. Понимаешь? Это как если бы я кричал все время, только без звука. Это если бы я вот так вот делал. Понял, короче, да? Вот. И получается, я же и трачу энергию. Поэтому она и в энергии-то есть тоже. То же самое с эффектами. У меня пока только для звука есть. Вот. И поэтому для эффектов то же самое надо делать. Для эффектов это намного важнее, чем для звуков. Но для звука, я думаю, это тоже важно. На каком-то минимальном этом. Ну, то есть, типа, ну, а зачем звуку играть, если, как бы, он не должен играть, правильно? Логично просто, как бы. Он просто есть, как бы, в памяти, но он не жрет еще больше памяти, чтобы играть. Вот, короче, есть такая вот штука, я ее тоже буду интегрировать. Мне кажется, это хорошая фигня, особенно с эффектами. А про Vision я не очень понял, что, типа, две области. У меня нет никаких областей, у меня только одна область есть. Что, типа, если ты перед... У меня нет две области. У меня есть у NPC свой радиус, который проверяет, что если он, например, близко к персонажу, сейчас он, например, не видно, вот даже когда он вот этот квадратик подходит, красненький, его не видно. Это можно настроить в самом вроде NPC. Если я это помню, как делать, конечно. Вот это Distance Dither Minimum, да? И я ее сейчас поставлю вместо 1500. Мы его уже увидим спиной, даже когда он прям совсем далеко. То есть мы его... Видишь, мы его уже начинаем раньше видеть намного. Понял? Что как бы, ну, так тоже можно сделать. Мне кажется, ну, во-первых, это, я думаю, норм тема. 300. Отсоси у тракториста. Ну вот, да, мы его видим уже пораньше. Это не у всех будет такая механика. То есть, например, у боссов не будет такой механики. Мне кажется, вообще просто, в принципе, как механика нормы, ее можно каким-то определенным добавлять. В смысле, подкрасться не могут. Наоборот, могут. Почему, наоборот, могут? Если у тебя сотка, ну, вот стоит вот этот, тебе подкрасться могут. Ты его никогда не увидишь. Можно сделать так, ну, звуки-то у него будут издаваться. Вот это самое, мне кажется, прикольное. Ты будешь слышать, что кто-то слева идет. Ты можешь просто повернуться и увидишь его. Вот и все, как бы. Это сейчас-то понятно, все видно, дебаг же стоит. А так-то ты его не видишь. И мне кажется, это наоборот лучше, если ты его не видишь. Ну как по мне кажется. Как мне кажется. Особенно, мне кажется, это намного круче, когда у тебя света еще нет, когда она выключена. Ну и вообще, мне кажется, это просто логично. Зачем видеть все справа? Мне кажется, как раз-таки в большинстве игр, которые это в таком плане как бы двойные, в плане того, что ты как бы смотришь 2D, 2.5D, короче. Что ты все время все видишь. И мне кажется, это не очень логично. Потому что, ну, ты в теории не должен видеть сзади себя. Вот и все, как бы. Можно сделать так, что как раз-таки... знаешь, что можно сделать, как я думаю, кстати? Видишь, сейчас светлячок, он слева, он все время сзади игрока. Я думаю, это можно будет настраивать, чтобы светлячок, например, был вот здесь, чтобы ты видел, куда шел. И он был бы здесь, сзади. Таким образом, ты как бы не видишь... Ты меньше видишь, куда ты идешь, но ты видишь больше, кстати, точку. Ебать, блядь. Короче, светлячок, если сзади... Хорошо, ну туман-то можно сделать? Так туман можно сделать? Какая разница? Туман это визуально. Я же могу добавить туман сзади игрока. Ты это так говоришь, как будто это не соединено. Туман это одно, а показывать меж это другое. Здесь же мы сейчас показываем меж. Оно же все одновременно должно. Да, я понимаю, что не весь, но просто затененная какая-то часть. Но так можно сделать, я не вижу в этом проблемы. Это просто отдельная часть, короче. Это должно быть разделено. Я пока не добавил, я не знаю, как я хочу его добавить. Просто знаешь, что есть? Есть такой шейдер, сейчас я покажу. В YouTube надо зайти. Sekiro Shaders. Dungeon Environment Breakdown. Sekiro Shaders. Sekiro Shaders. Какой Shaders? Shadows Unreal. Может быть... Не, ну явно такой нажал, конечно. Явно такой точно нажал. Вот тебе такую, слушай, вот за такую тебе надо будет. Тебе такую нужно будет в игру, короче, слышишь? Вот прям... Я тебе скриншотчну, короче, как референс потом. Ctrl-C. Я думаю, это очень крутая для игры картинка. У тебя, короче, такая игра, и слева название, короче. Вау, слушай, оно очень круто выглядит. Короче, Sekiro Shadow Darkness, может быть. Sekiro Darkness. Unreal Engine. Да где ты? Во-во-во, видишь, смотри, у него есть фог. Можно вот такой сделать. Видишь, он ходит, и у него все темное вокруг. Такое тоже можно сделать. Только сделать его не супер темным, а сделать его там 50%. Это же шейдер у него постпроцесс материал, это все же. Вот, и можно вот такую штуку. Я просто еще пока не особо это... Такую штуку я просто хочу сделать. И он не выглядит тяжелым. Он выглядит достаточно легко. Во, видишь, он меняет там что-то. Короче, мне нравится вот эта штука. Посмотрим. Да. Но идея все равно в том, что как раз-таки ты что, нормально? Мне кажется, прикольно. И я сейчас вот тоже механику как раз-таки сделал, чтобы можно было светлячка переключать. Я думаю, это прикольно. Ты будешь... Ты скажешь светлячку быть справа или быть слева. И у тебя светлячок, если сзади тебя, он увеличивает тебе вот этот радиус как раз-таки. К которому... Что ты, если я сейчас стою, то моба будет видно... Ну вот здесь его уже будет видно, я думаю. Вот где вот эта серая полоска идет. Или пусть вот этот... Ну ты понял, короче, да? Вот этот collision box у нас тут есть. Хотя можно вот это использовать. Ну вот здесь его... Ну, вот тут его будет видно, я думаю. Может даже вот так вот. Вот. Если светлячок сзади. Увеличить ему... Да, но если ты будешь в темноте, и светлячок будет сзади, то ты будешь меньше видеть, что спереди. Понял? Мне вот это нравится как раз-таки. Мне вот это нравится идея. Что типа... Что типа если ты ночью, то видишь, не очень видно, что спереди. Ты пол не видишь. Мне кажется, пол важно видеть. Как бы если светлячок спереди, вот тут, то ты больше видишь, куда ты идешь. Но ты меньше видишь, что сзади тебя. Короче, я только что сделал еще круче, еще круче, еще круче. Только я вот не знаю, как где это надо настраивать, потому что... потому что это нас... Да я прям сейчас это сделаю. Только мне самое главное вставить эту настройку. Только проблема в том, что она в самом NPC делается. Потому что это логично. Потому что NPC сзади подходит. И... типа здесь надо просто плюсик добавить, короче. Тут уже есть плюс 50. Кстати, это к чему? А это другое вообще, да? 50. Это... если она больше 50, мы его не видим. А это звук, кстати. Спавнится. Это для звука, короче. Да, это чисто для звука. Ну да. И вот здесь надо просто сейчас добавить плюс. Так. И здесь должна быть сейчас variable, который будет Firefly Position, по сути. Который будет Firefly Position. Откуда ее получать только? И как ее поставить? Фактор чек. Это должна быть какая-то глобальная. How to create global variable. Я не хочу. Блин, для мультиплеера это, конечно, по-другому надо сделать. Это все же надо сделать через... Хорошо, без гейм-инстанса. Я хочу потом кооп режим когда-нибудь сделать. Но очень специфический. Я бы хотел... Да не, на самом деле просто для коопа подгонять несложно. Его не обязательно использовать. Там не сильно отличается от коопа до... Не сильно отличается, короче, код, если у тебя кооп, и... А у тебя, я тебе не буду рассказывать, а я не расскажу тебе, а я тебе не расскажу, что я сделаю. А я тебе не скажу, а я тебе не скажу, что ты творишь. Не, у меня есть идейка. Ну вот, вряд ли, но чисто в теории, если будет, то возможно как бы. Короче, легче пытаться сразу включать мультиплеер, чем потом захотеть включить мультиплеер и все перелопатывать. И потом проверять, что работает, что не работает. Понял? Лучше, мне кажется, сразу сделать так, чтобы оно работало уже в копии в мультиплеере, чем потом ебаться с этим, если вдруг захочешь что-то добавить. Понял? Короче, сейчас GPT не знает. Но вообще, чисто в теории, короче, есть два варианта. Привязать это к светлячку, что логично. У него нет идей. У него нет идей. Ну, смотря какую, о чем. Так ты просто посмотри что-нибудь. Я бы на твоем месте, знаешь, как сделал, короче? Гига лютый. Короче, напиши. Напиши, короче. В общем, базовое ТЗ. Напиши ТЗ. То есть, что тебе надо, да? У тебя там есть, например. Я тебе дам пример на своем. Записываешь, короче. Мы пишем жанр. Dark Fantasy. Да, давай прямо сейчас сделаю. Смотри. Просто, может быть, он мне сейчас что-то даст хорошее. Can you help me visualize this thing? Так подожди, мы же инспирацию делаем, а потом ты уже из нее что-то делаешь. Мы пишем it's dark fantasy, this scene location. It's dark fantasy. Сейчас, погоди, сейчас сделаем. Сейчас, погоди. Давай скажем ruins. Не, я перепишу пример только на своем. Типа, как бы я сделал, если бы мне надо было что-нибудь. Но я так не сделаю никогда. Ну, типа, я делаю пример на своем тебе. Ну, чтобы, если что, я мог использовать. Я не думаю, что он даст что-то хорошее. It's Dark Fantasy, Ruins, Mist. Ну, я не хочу что-то то, что у меня уже есть. Давай так, Dark Fantasy, Red Leaf Trees, White Tree Branches, Falling Leaves, Ambient Sky, просто можно Ambient. Да не, он не знает, он его не знает. Он вот тут его знает. Вот здесь есть проект, вот тут он его знает. А так он его не знает. Хотя что-то в памяти есть. Но это надо... У меня стоит правило, что ему надо в этот залезать, в память. А он так не делает ничего. Что еще можно? Да пусть будет Ruins. Ruins. Сам Ruins я просто напишу. Сам Fantasy Ruins. И я ему скажу... Ну, хз, посмотрим. Шарит, не шарит. Что туда еще добавить? Pools. Blood pools. And grass. Может быть, не надо Blood pools. Ну, пусть будет pools. Просто я напишу pools. Let's make it epic concept art. Не знаю, ты просто накидал что-то, да? Просто напишу. Давай еще напишу cinematic lighting. Не знаю, не надо cinematic lighting. Посмотрим, что он сделает из этого. Как пример. Да. А у тебя что будет? Ну, у тебя будет просто город, наверное. Город, горы, трава. Если ты хочешь себе этот делать, medieval village. Если ты хочешь что-то там все реалистичное. Я бы все равно вынуждал его просто фэнтези писать. Даже если ты ему напишешь фэнтези реальное время, ну, простое, да-да. Если ты просто пишешь фэнтези, он уже сразу автоматически будет это делать красивее. Ну, типа фэнтези современное. Если ты ему напишешь, у него можно еще просто лейаут попросить. У тебя, если уже есть, ты можешь у него лейаут попросить, как же он долго думает. Мне кажется, он сделает лейаут. Типа, вот как помнишь мы развертку? Да почему разного формата? Ты у него можешь попросить что-то визуальное, и потом попросить его сделать это в каком-то лейауте или карту этому. Мне кажется, просто вот это сильно в этом плане в чате GPT, что ты как бы можешь у него попросить и визуал, и потом этот визуал подогнать, и он тебе еще даже карту сделает. Вот это, мне кажется, нормально. Топ-даун view, например, карты. И там ты ее уже подстроишь под себя. Я только не понимаю, что он так долго думает. Ну, вот попроси его мола, мотеля. Ша. Если он вот это сделает сначала, что он так долго думает, пьяница тупая. О. Ну смотри. Ну на самом деле нормально. Ну, выглядит прикольно. Давай посмотрим. Джимини. Мне нравится, как ты любишь меня все время спрашивать, сравнивать их. Я Джимини никогда не буду пользоваться. Чтобы ты... Да почему промпткал? Вот это нормально выглядит. Вот это нормально выглядит. Ну, давай еще раз. Давай еще раз. Давай еще раз. Два раза, да? Может, я флеш использую, но мне кажется, это нормально. Я не могу использовать про, наверное. Да какая разница, что не конкретная? В этом-то вся и суть. В этом-то вся и суть, что я сейчас хотел тебе показать. Что... Я же ему сказал Dark Fantasy. Вот это не Dark Fantasy. Это аниме какое-то. Это не Dark Fantasy. Вот это не Dark Fantasy. Понимаешь? Это не Dark Fantasy. Это фэнтези. Это мисти фэнтези, я бы сказал, какой-нибудь. То есть какая-нибудь Ори подходит под эту игру. Какой-нибудь Genshin Impact. Поэтому... Не, ну я... Так суть-то в том, что как раз-таки я-то промпт специально сделал такой, где не нужно прям... Я могу прям очень хороший промпт дать. Я могу очень хороший промпт делать, и... Потому что я промпт-инженер. А я пытаюсь сделать так, чтобы ты мог это сделать. Вот. И поэтому я сделал как можно максимально, чтобы не было понятно, что это. Я поэтому даже, знаешь, что не хотел писать? Я вот это не хотел писать. Я вот не хотел про траву писать. И вот руины тоже не хотел детализировать, например. Ну, типа, он сделал намного лучше. Сейчас, конечно, второй раз посмотрим. Но это уже похуже, но она все равно хотя бы чувствуется в Dark Fantasy. Хорошо, а что тебе там? Давай попробуем так сделать. Давай просто напишем Motel Location Cinematic Lighting Best Quality 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 Game Detail background. Допустим, это хороший промпт на самом деле. Посмотрим. Я не думаю, что это плохой промпт, его, конечно, можно отредачить, но промпт должен быть нормальный. А я, кстати, написал, что это наше время. Как это будет называться? Блин. Блять, ну и кринж нахуй. Бля, ебать кринж. Так, ну чат GPT что там высирает, кстати. А чат GPT, кстати, нормально делает. Вот это что-то пиздец пока что. Ну вот, кстати, ебать. Вот это, кстати, нормально. Это, кстати, прикольная штука. Такой бы хотел в игру себя. Сейчас мы чат GPT попробуем. Ну, это тоже неплохое. Вот это на самом деле то, что я и хотел, если честно. Вот это то, что я изначально хотел, это было вот это. А теперь посмотрим. Ну да, она такая. Да не, она нормальная. Почему? Мне кажется, нормальная локация для мотелей. Просто мотели, они обычно должны быть далеко. Они не должны быть присоединены к городу, а здесь он присоединен к городу. Ну ладно. Isolated можно написать, кстати. Я вот такое как бы думал изначально. Мне кажется, мотель должен так выглядеть. Он как бы сделал это. Он со своей этой дымкой, но ее можно убрать, эту дымку. Я только удивлен, что чат GPT дольше делает. Вообще можно в Сору зайти. И но я не знаю, как тут работает, потому что чату GPT можно буквально сказать там типа покрути. Плачущий котик. Ну вот, смотри, вот это лучше уже. Вот я ему, видишь, я ему как раз-таки стиль подставил, и он уже... Вот это хорошее, я думаю. Я думаю, вот это хорошее. Ему даже не надо было говорить isolated. А вот тут он делает прям слишком как-то... Типа тоже норм. Но просто проблема в том, что я ему не говорил, чтобы это было какое-то прям навороченное. Проблема в том, что я ему не сказал, чтобы это было навороченное. А чат GPT не делает навороченное. Ну, короче, ты понял. В теории можно... Ну да, модерн. Наверное, модерн и игра просто не вместе распознал, что... Да, может быть. Но просто мотелей таких не существует в модерне. А такой существует, скорее всего, в модерне. Мотель. Хотя это больше на офис похоже. Это больше на офисное здание похоже, потому что там окна открыты. Короче. Дальше поменяем, добавим вот это в мой промпт. Хочешь мотель с пляжем? Да сейчас сделаем. Слушай, не, вот это он прям пиздец. Это пиздец. Не, это пиздец, блядь. Вот это очень плохо. Я даже не хочу дальше смотреть. Блядь, это пиздец. Это пиздец. Это прям вообще. Конечно, юзал. У меня нет денег на него. Он слишком дорогой и не очень хороший уже. И черный уже оффлайнными модельками. Но вот это уже лучше. Блять, но это все равно не Dark Fantasy, нахуй, блять. Это не Dark Fantasy. Типа более-менее ок. В какой-то степени. Ладно. Это ладно, это еще можно. Но я не чувствую Dark Fantasy вайба. Да даже это не похоже на Elden Ring. Это не Elden Ring. Это Skyrim. Вот на Skyrim больше похоже. Вот в Skyrim я бы такое мог увидеть. В Elden Ring такого не будет. А на Elden Ring просто потому, что я сказал готическое здание. Готическое здание уберешь, вот рукой закрой, но это не... Это какой-нибудь Ведьмак, какой-нибудь Skyrim. Ты там пляж хотел? На. Да похуй, я эту хуйню не пользуюсь, блядь, пусть лимит у меня будет. Но вот это очень плохо. Вот это очень плохо. Да, получше будет. Вот тебе. МТЛ. МТЛ. На этот похож. На GTA какой-то. Не, вот это уже лучше. Вот это уже лучше. А вот это вообще пиздец. Как это исправить? Modern Architecture. Star Fantasy Forest Ruins. Fantasy Building. Epic. Epic Style. Cinematic. В теории вот это должно помочь сейчас тут его лучше сгенерить. И у меня где-то билдинг просто с Epic Fantasy. Так, например. Не знаю, про что ты. Про какую-то... вот эту игру. Инзой. Да, я понял, о чем ты. Sims, где там можно какие-то эти делать, да? Генерить себе фаны. Слушай, ну... Да.
Сначала поиграй, я бы лучше сделал. Если бы мне дали бюджет.
Мне кажется, мне нравится, как номера везде на машинах одинаковые. Ну вот это уже получше. А я, может, что тоже дал этот промпт? Нет, я сказал вроде. А, так это и есть чат GPT. А, ну так это нормально. Я думал, я почему-то подумал, что я в геймине сейчас. Ну, я убрал вот эту демку, как бы. Давай смотрим, что геймине сделает. Да, ну, типа, вот это норм уже. Вот это самое лучшее, мне кажется, пока что. С того, что было. Я, конечно, там промпт разъебал, но... Вот это какая-то японская игра. Какой-то Black Desert Online.
In this video, I'm going to show you how I built this. This includes the description. What the
Да я даже не знаю, что это. Ну, кстати, да. Про сад я понял, но в том геймине это что-то другое было. Я даже не знаю, что это. Даже не было похоже на сад. Да, в натуре напишем парк with high. Да, ну, геймини, конечно. Вот знаешь, что мне больше интересно? Что вот тот промпт до этого, который я сделал, вот эта речка, которую он придумал, и то, что он последнее скинул, там такой большой просто разброс в стиле и ублюдстве, что вот это очень странно. Что я особо-то ничего не менял, и он просто взял и уничтожил. Это вот это меня больше всего. Он может генерить хуже, конечно, потому что у меня бесплатно. Короче, в любом случае, я бы на твоем месте так делал просто. Вот. И не парился, да. И меня что-то только смущает, почему чат GPT так долго делает. Вот это меня смущает. Он всегда так медленно генерит? А нахуй я плачу, блядь, чтобы в очереди, блядь, сидеть. Ха, блядь. Ну и ебало. Какой-то гномик. Ну нормально, короче. Пойдет. Типа, чтобы визуализировать, это норм. Я знаешь, что хочу сделать? Я хочу сделать Handy now. Make a transfer it into level layout Кстати, хорошо, что у вас поликлиника, просто берешь, записываешься. И можно вообще даже просто прийти. А у меня тут надо, короче, записаться к врачу за месяц где-то. И там нет того, кто без записи. Тебя просто не принимают, если у тебя записи нет. Да, качество одинаковое. Это я тебе точно могу сказать. А как называется? Короче, не вид сверху, а вот такой вот по диагонали. Топ-даун diagonal? Мне вот интересно просто. Ну вот смотри, ну вот это же заебись. Похуй, как он это сделал по качеству. Я просто к тому, что он дал вот вайп. И потом он дает... Нравится, как он ее скипает. Как бы... Ну вот у нас осталась вот эта арка, и вот слева стена, и справа стена. И вот он сделал арку, слева стену и справа стену совершенно одинаково. Понимаешь? И оставил те же самые руины. И теперь... Да не, нахуй карту. И теперь ты можешь это у себя в игре поставить как нужно. Понимаешь, о чем я? И я поэтому думаю, что ChatGPT лучше. Я не знаю, если Gemini такой может. Может, конечно, проверить, но... Это ты уже сам проверишь, я не хочу Gemini трогать, блять. Он меня... Меня Gemini разочаровал. Вот. И как бы... Ну и все, типа. Он прям вообще тут очень... Даже дерево вроде поставил. Не, ну дерево он не поставил рядом. Тут просто вот идет... тут идет стена и дерево сразу же. И вот эта тут стена идет. И вот здесь дерево должно стоять, а не пруд. Ну, короче, в любом случае норм. Вот у тебя теперь есть лейаут вот этих руин. И деревья, блядь... Он так смешно эти деревья, конечно, поставил, блядь. Просто 4 дерева по углам. Это, знаешь, это как дети, когда рисуют. Они солнышко в углу справа рисуют, которое наполовину. Он тоже, блядь, дерево, блядь, слева, справа, снизу, блядь. Очень смешно. Очень смешно выглядит. Ну, короче, да. Позицию закрыть, да. Чтобы сразу. Ну, типа, я бы так делал, если бы я хотел делать. Но мне так не нужно делать. Но это, в принципе, прикольно. Мне бы... В принципе, прикольно. Но для меня это немножко сложнее, конечно, делается. Но вот это, например, можно спиздить. Примерно так же сделать. Это, конечно, наверное, не очень структурировано правильно. Хотя, может, правильно. Здесь у нас что-то будет. Здесь тоже должно было быть, что оно сломанное. Ну да, типа норм. Пойдет. Можно даже как-то использовать. Ну, короче... Но я думаю, я к тому, что вот ты не знаешь, что делать, и если он тебе даст вот это и вот это, то у тебя уже намного, мне кажется, больше представления того, что бы ты мог сделать. Ну вот, я как раз таки о том. Ты ему, наверное, знаешь даже, что можешь делать? Ты же можешь ассеты загружать. Ну-ка, давай попробуем. Вот это, например. Бля, это еще не на нормальной модели делал, кстати. Attached image. Да не, надо что-нибудь получше. Мне не нравятся эти. Ну, как пример, конечно, можно. Где модульные ассеты? Ну вот, например. Да. Вот это поинтереснее выглядит. Хотя здесь как будто лучше видно. Ну, типа да. Типа да. Ну, типа, если бы ты потом, у тебя были бы ассеты, смогли бы он тебе чуть склеить из них, чтобы оно примерно было похоже на то, как у тебя эти ассеты, которые у тебя прикреплены к фотке. Понял? Надо думать быстро лучше, чем... Не, она у меня всегда платная была. Я ее прям только что купил. Она у меня бесплатная. Что? Бесплатная подписка? Ну, давай попробуем. Нихуя, погоди, он даже вот эту какую-то арку слева сделал. Блять, вот она. Ну, кстати, похоже. Что-то он там выпердел. Ну-ка, пики я вижу. А арка там есть? Вот эта арка. Пики вот эти он сделал, блять. Да, у меня бесплатная подписка. Ну, сейчас проверим, если она на самом деле бесплатная. Она должна быть бесплатная. Сейчас я пропаду. пока не было авторизировано. Вообще она должна быть бесплатной. Бля, да ты заебала, нахуй ты это делаешь-то, блядь, с этими деревьями смешными. Блядь, что он их делает-то в таком стиле? Сложно поэтому судить, короче. Ну вот здесь он справился, если честно. Я думаю. Я думаю, он справился. Вот типа вот опять этот треугольник у окна. Треугольник у окна, и он его использовал вот здесь. Почти похоже. То есть как бы стиль он взял правильный вообще. Он прям вообще... Да и не важно, какой дженерик или дженерик или не дженерик. Тебе же надо референсы для того, чтобы ты потом из этого что-то делал. Ты-то уже это уже с душой сделаешь. Тебе-то нужен референс, чтобы ты начал что-то примерно раскидывать уже. Чтобы ты понимал, как это должно выглядеть хотя бы. А мне здесь нравится, что у него дорожки идут, у него они в разные заходят. Вот это мне нравится, кстати. Что здесь можно вот тут зайти, можно в центре зайти, и можно дальше пойти. Вот это мне нравится. Как финал картинка, это кал. Я же для этого, для референса. Но он, кстати, вот здесь не очень похоже. Вот потому что здесь у него что-то 2 должно быть. А хотя, погоди, здесь 2. Ну, подожди, вот эти арки он тоже сделал. Ну ладно. Ну вот, короче, он все равно не очень сделал ее по этому. Ты, ну, разъебал, чем могу сказать. Вот тебе уже он... Вот, все, блядь. Он тебе уже их даже поставил. Блядь, ебать. Вот это... А вот это вроде есть где-то здание справа. Блядь, вот он его один в один взял. Справа. С дверью, да? Блядь, он один в один его поставил. Ну, заебись, что могу сказать. Вот это прикольно уже. Оно типа было таким. И вот он его взял кусочки, запихал. Да, нормально, мне кажется, еще. А как он тебе еще должен сделать? Ice. Let's expand it into bigger. Last. А что, ну и хорошо, что он зарендерил палет. Я не вижу в этом ничего плохого. Мне кажется, это вообще круто. Потому что вот здесь он какой-то, по сути, склеп сделал. Ну, это хуйня непонятная, что. Но склеп вот он сделал прикольно. Здесь вот какой-то грейвьярд, можно сказать, справа. С каким-то алтарем, можно так сказать. И какие-то тут стенки идут, что-то непонятное. И Главное, что он использует палету вот эту. Я, в принципе, у меня нет ничего, у меня нет никаких жалоб. Я то, что ему дал, он это использует в каких-то местах, поэтому... Правда, конечно, грустно, что нельзя утвердить, что вот слева у нас тут есть... я не помню, как они называются, короче. Вот эта арка, и справа есть вот этот дверной проем. И здесь также вот эта арка слева и дверной проем справа. И поэтому сложно сказать, взял ли он их один в один, потому что они расположены примерно так же по фотке. Но это не особо важно. Я больше вижу то, что он сделал почти совершенно так же, как тут. Вот и все. Нихуя, блять, он. Что-то он слишком это... Что-то он что-то переборщил, если честно. Что-то он как-то разъебал. Это уже он, конечно... Это он уже опережает. Я думаю, он их чуть-чуть подстроит, а не будет прям самое сразу здание делать. Сейчас по стилю посмотрим, если оно похоже. По окна, если он, например, сделает. Да в целом норм, что я могу сказать. Ну, типа, вот, здание сделал. Конечно. Палки. Да, у меня Warcraft GPT лежит. Который бесполезный вообще был. Я его попросил, короче, там это, у меня челлендж был. Челлендж был, и я у него, я думал, мне будет хорошо, типа, рецепты давать там. Что будет за, что, типа, суммирует мне, короче, сколько будет материалов нужно потребуется. А он нихуя не сделал, блядь. Это вообще даже можно удалить. Я играл недавно. Их можно удалить? Или они отсюда выходят, вылезают? Они, наверное, отсюда вылезают. Ну ладно. Короче, возвращаемся назад к этой хуйне. И будем async дальше смотреть. Надо не забыть, что там было. Короче, надо как-то вытаскивать позицию светлячка. Позицию светлячка нужно вытаскивать либо из светлячка, либо из игрока. У NPC будет референс игрока почти все время. У них будет референс игрока почти все время. А если у них есть референс игрока, из референса игрока можно вытащить референс светлячка. Вот они. Я задр, я в лигу играл недавно. Вот это задр. Я игру не делал, потому что я сидел, блядь, фармил. Вот здесь теперь можно взять и сказать. Не надо. Давай налека, блин. Спокойной ночи. Надеюсь, ты сможешь себе там генерить. Hello, I can Kinji Paradox. What do you mean bad solutions? What do you mean bad solutions? What do you mean? What do you mean bad solution? What do you mean? Why? Why are you so toxic? What do you mean bad solutions? Mm. Mm. Is it hard reference? Let me check. Yes, but I still need to. I still need. It's not a reference. It's to cast. What I can do is to remove interface player where it is. It's to remove cast. Where is it? This one? It's to remove cast, so I don't need to cast because it's on overlap. But I need to get I need to get players, so here we just check if we already have the reference, if we already have. This thing is cast? You sure? Because it's like this. Wait. This one? I don't think it's cast, no? If I only do this. Or you don't like that it's a hard reference? I know that I have a lot of hard references, and this is gonna be fixed, but I don't think it should be. Let me check. BP NPC player. But there is no player. This is what you wanted to see, or? Okay, there is player. Okay, we have a player here. But I don't know if it's. But I think it's fine if the player is hard reference, no? The player can be hard referenced. I mean, I think the player should be hard referenced. No? I'm not a programmer, you know. I'm not a programmer. And you want to see my spaghetti? PNG? I can show you my biggest spaghetti ever. But I think here it's good, no? Here we just checks if it's a player, so we don't need to non-stop overlap. Or I can create new collision, and then we can check for another collision class, or how it's called, collision object or whatever, collision response channel. And here we just check if it's tag, and after that we check if it's already in the memory, because it's empty. But I see here's the default value, but yeah, should be none if it's in the memory. I don't know about if I need to make it soft. I don't think it's important. Can be hard referenced, in my opinion. And after that, here is semi-casting, you know. And here we just set it. No? I didn't get it. You can get reference to actor or object because they're more lightweight without all the stuff in player class. I'm trying to save the reference to the player in this one. All of this is just to save the reference to player once we overlap it. Or do you think I need to keep it somewhere else? I can always do it like this because the function, the interface always but I don't think calling it non-stop is good. I need to keep the reference, no? But I do it once. I do it only once to set the variables. Only once. This is why we have is valid. I think I actually need to, yeah. No, I think it's fine, no? Or do you think I'm wrong? Base from the function. I don't understand. Oh, you mean like putting this into interface function? It's okay, it's okay. I know, it's a lot. I had a French friend who specializes in programming. He doesn't specialize in Unity. Oh, sorry, in Unreal. But he tried to explain me a lot of things. Managed to do it. Overlap event. Yes, okay. So everything here. You want to talk about everything after this? Or after this? Okay, let me explain. You have the node other actor from your get reference. Yes. So what I do, I check for the tag. It's not an it's not interface. Yeah, but this is what I do. Wait. Don't type. So this is what I do. So I have other actor. We just remove a set collision of ourself. I don't know why, but I think I had some issues with it, but I don't think it's needed. So we check if actor has tag player. After that, here we check if the variable inside NPC is filled. If it's filled, I don't think I need this check actually. So if it's filled, we do nothing. We only do the logic I need for overlap. But if the player variable inside NPC is empty, if it's not valid, we use fake cast, which is not a cast, because it is a interface function that only returns player, and only player, and this is the function, interface function, and it's only this one, so it's kind of like cast but not cast, right? It should be lightweight. And if it's valid, means it's player, we save the variable, and we check for this variable here. So basically we only do this only once we overlap with the enemy. So every time we overlap, we just check if it's already filled, and if it's valid, we just continue the logic. I think it's okay now. The only thing I can do, in my opinion, is to move player controller and blueprint fly. Yes, but if it's not a player variable, then I can't access a lot of things. Okay, but if it's just an actor, I wouldn't be able to access controller, for example, or I wouldn't be able to access something else. I don't remember where I use it. So you tell me, okay, wait. You tell me I need to do it like this. You want me to do it like this, right? And every time I want to get the player reference, I should use it like this. This is what you're telling? Instead of doing... But this is interface, no? But I need the player reference inside NPC. But how can I access variables of player if I need to? Like, for example, I don't remember what I can find. block attack and block damage taken. Here, for example, you are using interface, but getting the reference of the player anyway. If you need any interactive variable, like you can make a new interface function get player variable. So what you're telling me is I need to do it. This one is different. This is from stats component. This is inside the. This is here. This is different. Let me find an example. I don't actually remember where I use player blueprint. Maybe here. Why do I need the reference? Wait. Actually, you might be onto something because I don't remember. This is not needed, by the way. This is not needed. This is not needed. Because here damaged by active. Oh, it's Firefly. Oh yeah, it's a little bit different. Okay, so this one can be changed. Okay, let's do it like this. SBP player, find reference by class member. Or by name, I think by class member. But I still have something. Yeah. But okay, so here, for example, we check if we crouched. Yeah, this is a good example. So for example, so this is what I do. This is what you told me to do. Here I save actor object reference. And here I check if it's a player. It's gonna be like this. And here, for example, I need to access the state. So what you're telling me is I should not keep the reference. So you want to tell me could I do it like this? Just as an example. Here. Is it this one? Yeah, get player reference. So for example, add function will be not crouching, but for example, get state. And output will be player state. I don't remember which one is this. And input will be actor, right? You sure? Okay, let's see. So here I could just get as an example, right? How it was called? Get state. Okay, let's rename it to get player state, right? Or okay, or let's do get player stats, for example, because I don't need to always use a function for Can I use a lot of parameters here? Like, for example, get a lot of player stats, and I can just use. So if I, or I should separate it. So, for example, if I need 1, I still get 4, but I will just use 1. Or do you think I should separate? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's say it like this. Get player stats and... So you tell me like this. It should be a message. Like so. Okay, but it says self. Wait, it should be a message, no? Get player. Stats. Shouldn't it be a message? Like so? I did it. Crouched. Oh, it's animation. Okay, it's different. But yeah, so you tell me this is how I should do it. So you're telling me I should not keep the reference of the player inside? I thought keeping a reference is fine, no? Because right now, this is what I was watching. I'm watching this tutorial right like now with the asset manager. So I'm gonna dive more deeply into this. I'm gonna show you the why I want it is because when we load NPC, right, we get some stuff and yeah. Okay, but here I can keep it, right? This one is fine. Yeah, soft references. I don't care about this one. This one that I was that I want to change is originally I created data table with NPCs, and each NPC has its own struct with its own here, for example, visual. And here you can see that I have a skeletal mesh, static mesh, everything, and it's hard referenced. And I think this shouldn't be done here. And you can see I was looking for the functions, and I need to do it differently. So this should be completely removed because yeah. I didn't know it. I thought they keep the reference, but not the hard reference. You know what I mean? It's very sad that data tables are like this. So I'm gonna change this function to. Okay. I will look at it more deeply with this thing. With the functions, because I didn't really go super deep. But I want to show you my spaghetti. You ready? I will show you my best spaghetti. This will be my first ever function that I did myself. And I want you to you know, get ready, get ready. So this is EP fly. Okay, wait. So this is even tick because it follows the player, so it's an even tick, right? You already seen some foreshadowing. So here we just don't care actually, but after that we just go to function and it's just but now it's honestly it's very readable, to be honest. I can still here we have even begin play and it's kind of structurized, so it kind of works, but it's just starting, but it's just I don't even know how to make it more, man, but I oh no, but look at this, beautiful, it's so good. No, I don't change it because I'm afraid to fix it, honestly. And here you can see, here I already started to make it clean because it's later now. It's more later. Here it's more clean. Here it's more clean. Actually, I can just, because I have it on tick firefly position. No need to call it again. Yeah. No. I because inside my memory, I remember everything. So I kinda can still, but you can see there is a lot of variables to fix it. Yeah. Nah, but this one is. You can see there is a lot of bug fix here. To actually know what is happening, I also have a print string. So running left, standing. It's very readable. Very readable. Yeah, this one is crazy. This one is very good. Very good. Yeah. But I'm very proud of it because I made it myself, you know. Yeah. I think all of this that happens here can be done in this, like so. I think it can be done in this amount, in size. I mean, in size it should be like this. All of this. It's just very simple follow vector, so it's it shouldn't be this big. And you can see that it also repeats. So for example, to follow forward, so here we use Y, and here we use X. So it's basically for a different. So this one is just duplicated version of this one, and I'm not learning C++. Sorry, I'm not a developer. I am I'm a junior at this. I'm specialized in visuals, so I'm not gonna learn C++. Sorry. I can read C++, but I can't write it. It's too much. It's too much. No. Like actual artist. I can be technical artist, in my opinion, but I specialize. We can say technical artist. I know how to work with materials and do a lot of stuff. But I'm not that good inside Unreal to actually be certified. I can be junior technical artist, but I'm mostly visual. Hello, Tangled Up. Yes. Okay, so But this is kind of sad that I need to do it with functions because it's a little bit more difficult. I'm not. I'm not I can do Niagara, material shader, but not optimize. Not optimize. Optimizing, I still don't know how to do it. I can actually I can optimize Niagara. Can only optimize and cascade. This I can optimize, but not the in-game logic. Okay. Ah, no, I already know a lot of stuff for develop process. I do understand what you say. I just don't know. I don't know the exact how do you say it logic behind it. Like to me, like I just cases. Yeah. Let's say cases. Like for example, for me, keeping player reference is fine because player is everywhere. No, keeping reference to player is fine. Player can always be loaded into memory. No, in my opinion, because player is always loaded in the memory. And it means it shouldn't take more space, because if player is loaded, it means that then NPC is wants to reference player. It's already player is already loaded, so we don't load it again. You know what I mean? But you tell me it still takes some memory as well because it's a hard reference. And I just started going into soft references. I knew about soft references, but I didn't know that hard references are so hard. I didn't know they're so hard. I thought they just I didn't know they load the object right, like with data table and such. But yeah. Do you know by any chance if I need to do this one, or I can just keep using get player reference? Like here, for example, because essentially these two are the same logic. Do I still need to just use the get player reference and just connect it to the actor, like so, and then just if it's invalid, we just do nothing instead of get actor tag, or I can just use get actor tag. This one, for example, I don't know. In my logic, this one is cheaper, so I can use it. Yeah, I already understand that I don't need this one. Okay. Fuck, I wanted to edit a lot of stuff. Yeah, but my issue is that it's a stat component, this one, stats component. And both player and enemy has it. I only use it to access the stats component from the other actor, I believe. Like here, for example, no? Here I just check if we can be damaged, basically. And this one is our own. We set the NPC attack target. And here we get the stats component. So this one I can probably clear, right? No need to keep it. NPC attack target is equal to NPC attack target. I don't know why this one is 4, but it's fine. Ah, it's just so we don't continuously do it. Yeah. So it's like to do it once. So we don't need to rewrite it. Yeah. So this one I probably shouldn't keep, right, in the memory. Because I already get it from the function, interface function, right? Or I should keep it to reference it in the future. Why do I need to keep it? That's component reference of NPC target. I just save it. Why did I set it? Because it's not it's NPC target. It's not the it's the target of the NPC. I could probably change it, but for me it's better to off NPC target. It's better for me. It's a little bit longer, but I think it's fine. But why? Here we actually set the value, by the way, for the functions. So my functions are 50-50 good. I see. Imagine reading a book. I mean, you can give me one. I'm not gonna say I will read it. If it's interesting, I will maybe read it. But Game Programming Patterns by Robert Nystrom. Yeah, I will save it. Okay. Sure. I will need to edit a lot of stuff. So keeping actor reference is fine, like I have here. Thank you, PNG. I think you are the only person who came and gave me an advice. Oh, wait. I understand now what you said. Because actor is higher in the priority, and the player is the child of an actor. And if we keep the player-actor reference, then it means we are actually kind of casting because we still go into this tree. I see now. I see. Okay. I understand now. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I didn't think about it. I knew it exists, but I didn't know about it in this deep level. Okay. Oh my god, but I'm still not so deep. Okay, okay. I will do. I think I will do code refactoring tomorrow. I will look at the asset. Thank you, Kenji, again, and good night. Thank you very much. Stay safe. Stay safe. Oh my god, I wanted to edit so much stuff in the future. Oh, this will be so difficult. Oh, this one is not needed. Oh my god. Correct object reference. This one is not needed, probably. I see, I see. Okay, okay. I'm gonna watch next. Oh, wait. NPC base. What I wanted to do originally. Teaser. So here I wanted to just add this one, so I know. Okay, back to asset manager.
It won't be called a huge path weapon axe. It's preferred to use primary data asset or something like it. Then you set the scan options, which I'll show you. And then the default behavior is that the identifier will use the short name of your asset. So if your asset is just called like weapon axe, but it's in a really long path, it'll just be called weapon axe. It won't be called a huge path weapon axe. So that allows you to kind of keep track of things, but it also means that you're generally not allowed to use the same name in different directories for primary assets. And then now we're going to jump over to a bit of example. This is using the Action RPG sample, which is available in the launcher. This is a sample we put out a few years ago to try to like illustrate how to use some of the more complicated parts of the engine, like like the asset manager. And it's an actual small scale RPG. Okay, so here is Action RPG. Just to give you a real quick look at what it is. I'm just going to play it for a second. Oh, sorry, ignore that. Okay. So it's a simple top-down kind of Diablo-like game designed for both mobile and controller. So you can see we have a weapon, we have an attack, there's enemies. And then as you play this, you actually get to sort of unlock new abilities and new weapons. And each of those weapons ends up being a primary asset that the asset manager cares about. So going over to our content browser, here's the sort of assets in the game. And then over here in items are the primary assets. So let's look at a weapon. And each of these directories has its own type. So like skill is a type, tokens are a type, weapons are a type. Here's an example axe. So this has, has like an actor that spawns when you equip the weapon, has some like inventory information, and then kind of like a gameplay ability that grants, which we talked a little bit about I think last week or a few weeks ago. But the Action RPG kind of shows how you might use abilities from the asset manager. For this example that we're doing, I actually added a few new fields. that I'll show you in code in a second. But the inventory texture is an example of something that you may want to only have in the inventory menu. In the inventory menu, like you don't need it in game. This pickup sound is the sound you don't need this in the menu because you only need to play that sound when you're in the game and pick it up. This is another primary asset that you can just pick off of the menu, and this will only give you the primary assets that exist in your game. So these are all the ones that you can select from. And this is an example data registry tag field, which I'll explain later. So this is how you make a primary asset. But then how do you use them? So the Action RPG has a few simple examples of that. The game instance has it. Okay, so here we're looking at the game instance of the Action RPG sample. So this is code that runs whenever you play the game. In this case, this initialize store items runs at kind of the beginning of the game session. So what this does is it goes through a list of just kind of like item slots that are set up. And the key in this map is a primary asset type. So like weapon, potion, etc. Goes through that, gets the type out of that. And then it calls an asset manager function that gets goes through that, gets the type out of that, and then it calls an asset manager function that gets every single primary asset that is of that type. And then it starts an asynchronous load of all those assets. So this will actually take multiple seconds in theory. Then once this is completed, that will hit this sort of like completed pin here. And you can see that from the clock here, the clock means that this is a slow operation that will take multiple seconds. And once that's done, it will actually then iterates over all of the items that loaded off disk, and then it can kind of like cast them to a type, and then it adds these to the UI basically. So then the UI knows all of the items that exist in the game, and then it can show them in a list without having to like hard code a bunch of paths to all of your items. The other thing it does is show them, and it can kind of like cast them to a type, and then it adds these to the UI basically. So then the UI knows all of the items that exist in the game, and then it can show them in a list without having to like hard code a bunch of paths to all of your items. The other thing this does is this calls a kind of like hacky example function I just added for this stream, which I will talk about in 1 second. Okay, so that's how you kind of use it. Oh, I forgot to say that. The other important part is setting up your settings. So that is just available from the project settings. There's an asset manager section on the left. It's a little hard to read this, so I'm going to kind of walk through this. But let's find a weapon. But let's find a weapon. Here's weapon. So this is the type definition for the weapons we just looked at. So you pick the class that it is. Say if it's blueprinter only. The editor only is used, in this case for maps. I think maps are editor only. Yeah, so an editor only type is one that is not available in a cooked game. So you can categorize it, but only as far as like the cooking stuff, not as far as the in-game querying. This directories is a list of where to load it from. So in this case, this was selected out of the directory where we had all the weapons stored. These rules I will talk about a little bit later, but this is, yeah, I'll come back to rules in a second. And then outside of this types array, there's a few other kind of global options. You can actually set up some like specific overrides here, which allow you to do, which I'll talk about in a second. Then down here are some options that kind of like allow you to use the prototype settings. So by default, the editor will just kind of like use these settings up here and trust you know what you're doing. But in a cooked game, that actually won't work unless you hit this little option here, which says don't listen to the items, listen to the asset manager. When deciding you know what you're doing. But in a cooked game, that actually won't work unless you hit this little option here, which says don't listen to the items, listen to the asset manager when deciding what type an item is. Again, this is a little bit slower, so we don't turn it on by default. But if you're doing a blueprint-only game, this will be a useful option. Option here and try type settings. So by default, the editor will just kind of like use these settings up here and trust you know what you're doing. But in a cooked game, that actually won't work unless you hit this little option here, which says don't listen to the items, listen to the asset manager. When deciding what type, which says don't listen to the items, listen to the asset manager. When deciding what type an item is. Again, this is a little bit slower, so we don't turn it on by default. But if you're doing a blueprint-only game, this will be a useful option. Okay, I think that's all the main options. Yeah. All right, going back to the presentation. Okay. So now we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of C++. This will the next like I don't know 10 or 15 minutes will be very code heavy. So plus okay. So now we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of C++. This will the next like I don't know 10 or 15 minutes will be very code heavy. So if you're a designer, you may not care about this part. We'll get back to more general stuff in a minute. So the asset manager again is kind of like a engine subsystem. So you kind of get it with a global accessor. There's a bunch of functions on the asset manager, which I'll go over in a second. A common one here is, this get primary asset ID list is the equivalent of the blueprint node I showed before that gets all the different weapons in the game. This is actually querying the asset registry, which I'll show in a second. This does a asynchronous load, like the blueprint node I showed before. And this will, in this case, in C++, instead of using the blueprint pins, you actually pass in a delegate function. And then from your delegate function, you can do whatever you want because it's been loaded to memory. And then if you use the load function, this will stay in memory for the rest of the game, like forever. Do whatever you want because it's been loaded to memory. And then if you use the load function, this will stay in memory for the rest of the game, like forever, which is useful for things like items where you want to load all of them. But let's just say you don't want to load it forever, you want to get rid of it, then you can call the unload, and this will let it be released on the next garbage collection. This will not immediately release it, and if something else is holding on to that asset, it will not get released either. But you need to do this if you want to like switch game modes entirely and throw away all your old stuff. And then instead of using the like permanent load here, you can also use a preload, and this kind of returns a handle, and this will only keep things loaded as long long as this handle is stored somewhere. And I'll show you that when we go over to the code in 1 second. Yeah, one big concept to talk about here is, you see how there's current load state here? This is a list of bundles, asset bundles. And this is kind of a more advanced concept. Not every game needs these, so it's totally fine just to pass in like an empty array for those functions. But an asset bundle is what you use to support multiple game modes, like menu, in-game, and client and server. You can do this by like setting up meta tags on the actual U properties in your C++ asset. And that says like this, that exposes it to the system. There's also like a C++ function on primary asset data you can override. And then there are basically some functions in the asset manager that let you change the global state. So you can say, you can like do a query to find all the weapons in the game, and then you can say change all the weapons from menu mode to in-game mode, and that would like release the menu textures but start to load the in-game sounds. You can also do this by using another function called change bundle state for everything, and then that will basically let you change the state for everything in your game. So that would be for like a very large change. Before I jump over to C++, I think now's a good time to kind of talk through some sort of like general loading best practices, because it's kind of tied to bundles and a few of those other things. And I'll kind of show those off a little bit when we go look at the code. But like I mentioned before, synchronous loading is a bad thing to do in general. Asynchronous load is what you call just like a load before other things. And I'll kind of show those off a little bit when we go look at the code. But like I mentioned before, synchronous loading is a bad thing to do in general. Asynchronous load is what you call just like a load object call from C++. There's a few blueprint nodes that do this. This could take a really long time. Like this could take seconds. And during those seconds, your user sees nothing. So like it might look like the game has crashed. In some cases, it actually might fail certification for you on console platforms. It's just a pretty bad experience to do that. So the general rule I like to use is only do this during load screens, or you can sometimes get away with doing like fast ones if it's in response to like user input. So like if the user has just changed a setting, they're okay if it takes like a second or two to apply that setting, because they know what's going on. They know that they press the button, oh, okay, something's happening. It's probably because I changed the setting. So that's okay. But obviously if it goes too long, it might be a problem again. But you basically never want to have a random stall of more than a frame or two in the middle of your gameplay, because it just feels broken to the user. I mentioned that the asset bundles. So the asset bundles are a good way to handle loading screens. So that's usually where you would change the bundle state and clear caches and like release things. So you don't really mess with that while you're in game, unless you're doing something kind of game specific. But loading screens, you can do whatever you want to. The streamable handles, like I mentioned, have a bunch of utility functions on them that I'll show you that can be useful for just kind of like managing things going on. There's kind of like two broad ways to handle soft references when you want to load things. The first way is you can basically say load this, like asynchronously load this thing, wait for it to finish, and then do a thing. So that's the example I showed in Blueprint, where it did the multi-second load and then it called callback when it was done. So that's good for big things, or when you know you can wait. There's sometimes, especially in the user interface, where that's not as easy to do. So sometimes you want to use what's called preload and then like a fallback load. So you start a preload when you like enter a new menu, but then like it may not finish in time. Like the user may be clicking really fast and it may break through your like preload. So in some cases we do have like a preload and then you fall back to a synchronous load. Those are the two like general ways I would say it's good to do loading. Next one's kind of what just keeps coming up whenever I contract. So a lot of programmers really like assigning lambdas to delegates. If you don't know what this means, don't worry about it. But if you do know what this means, please don't do that. Or like be very careful when you do that, because a lot of people write lambdas that are not safe to execute a few seconds later. So I don't be very careful when you use lambdas on anything that can happen multiple seconds later. And the last thing I'll mention is the samples in existing systems aren't really using all these features to their best, because a lot of stuff was built for internal games and we moved it into samples later. So Action RPG only uses half of the functionality of the system. Everyone knows about this, so we want to do a better job about this in the future. It's something I care about, so we're going to keep working on that. Actually, no, we're going to go to C++ now. Sorry, my order is bad. Okay, we're going to kind of walk through some actual code here and make it look nice and big. So here is the function that the blueprint was calling. Again, this is not a real function in the sample. I just wrote this morning. It's just kind of showing off some of the things you can do. So like, this gets the list of all of the weapons. This does a asset registry query. This basically, when you call this get primary asset data, it fills in this like f asset data structure for you, and then you can query it with basically against a key value map. And then this is actually the example tag I added to the item primary asset. So this exists in the sample, but these 4 fields I just added today. So this example registry tag, you'll see this has the tag, this has the data asset registry searchable on it. And I'm telling it searchable, that allows you to query it later on. And then this is the ones I showed in the editor with like the linked primary asset. And then this is how you set up bundles up. So this inventory texture is set to only be in the menu bundle. And then this pickup sound is set to only be in the game bundle. Be in the menu bundle. And then this is how you set up bundles up. So this inventory texture is set to only be in the menu bundle. And then this pickup sound is set to only be in the game bundle. Okay, back to the example code. So this example code goes through all the items in the game, grabs this example tag. This is just a little helper macro that like makes sure that this is really defined into the item here. So it finds the tag named this, gets that value and throws it in this fname, and then we just print out the fname as an example. This code here is the same as the blueprint node I showed that just kind of loads the assets. So we declare the primary asset ID based off this weapon type, and then this weapon type is actually defined up in the header for the RPG sample. This is a useful thing to do in general, just to like have these ready to go for your game, because you're going to often need to call these from C++. So it makes a weapon primary asset ID, then it loads it, and then this is the callback I mentioned. So it basically just binds this function to the callback. So when that load finishes, it gets into this code, which in this case just prints out the name of the thing that loaded, and then just unloads it. And then here's the streamable handle I mentioned. The preload case, like I mentioned, you need to use the handle from this, because if you don't use the handle, it just goes away. But this handle can kind of be copied around or stored inside like a global object if you want to keep things loaded. And then this is also just has a lot of useful functions on it, like I mentioned before. So you can see if it's still in progress. You can see, you can get a name off of it. You can kind of cancel it ahead of time if you're like, oh, I don't care about this, stop loading. You can change the delegates after it's already started. And then you can also do wait until complete. This will actually stall whatever thread you're on, stall the game thread until it's done loading whatever's in the handle. Anyway, this just gives you more options in your game-specific code to do what you want. I think it's about it for the C++ side of it. Oh, one other minor thing. So this is kind of what the settings ends up looking like in like an INI file. So it's actually sometimes easier to read the asset manager settings in the INI, just because there's just so many fields. So you can kind of either use the in-game interface, or you can use the in-game interface to get you started, and then you can just go into the INI and change a few things. You would have to restart the editor if you do that, though. I think that's it for C++. We can come back to this later if there are like more coder-specific questions. Take a water. Okay, so this is kind of the loading section of the discussion. Now we're going to get over to cooking and packaging. So this is something that a lot of games don't even think about until very late in the process, and that can be a problem sometimes. So that's why I advise a good time to think about some of this stuff is when you're like turning your prototype into like a full game, and you're getting ready to figure out what platforms you want to ship on. You want to be on mobile, you want to be on console, and then the asset manager can be used to like help you tweak the rules for cooking and shipping. One thing you can do is you can just override the modify cook function on the asset manager. There's a bunch of functions on the asset manager, which I'll go to kind of at the end. I'll walk through some of those. There's also a finish loading function you can override. This is a good place to just kind of do game-specific stuff. Because anything that's in memory when the asset manager is done loading will get cooked. you don't even need to reference it. It'll get cooked if it's in memory. So this is kind of a really easy way to make sure things get cooked. You can also set up cook rules in the ini, in labels, or in the C++ code. And cook rules allow you to kind of override these rules per asset. And you can do some kind of complicated stuff there. And one thing where we want to try to make a little better, we were just talking, it's not super extensible by plugins right now, at least in 4.26. And we know that's something people want. So we're trying to figure out ways to do that better. So this is for code. We're trying to figure out ways to do that better. So this is for cooking. For cooking is the process of actually getting things from editor assets into cooked assets, which is kind of like an intermediate step. Because you don't generally run from the cooked assets, you run from the staged assets. And then chunking is about the transition from cooked assets to staged assets. There's kind of a few different ways to do staged assets. The older method is using .pak files, and there's something called IOStore, which is like a newer version of PAK, but the same concepts apply for both. Basically, you have like individual staged files, which will have a bunch of different assets in it, thousands of assets per staged file. By default, everything goes into chunk 0. And if you don't have the generate chunks option on, everything goes into 0. It doesn't matter what you do, it'll all go into 0. But once you enable that option, you might have a chunk 0 stage file, you might have a chunk 1 stage file, and so on. You can actually kind of make a hierarchy of chunks using a kind of like an ini called the chunk dependency info. That allows you to say that if something's in both chunk 1 and chunk 2, don't bother putting into chunk 2 because chunk 1 is like a higher level chunk info. That allows you to say that if something's in both chunk 1 and chunk 2, don't bother putting into chunk 2 because chunk 1 is like a higher level chunk. By default, chunk 0 is the highest level chunk. So anything in 0 will not get put into a lower level chunk. This can be useful if you're setting up like if you're setting up like a platform specific feature where you want some of your stuff to be downloaded at start and some things downloaded as you play the game or in certain languages, you may need to set up these dependencies so that it doesn't like duplicate the assets into multiple chunks. And again, you would need this for platform specific features. If you're just shipping on a standard PC platform with no like special downloader features, you don't actually need chunking. But if you're on like a mobile platform and your game's large enough and you want to do like language specific downloads or texture packs, that kind of thing, then you're gonna need to use chunking to like split your assets up. And also, works with the new chunk downloader plugin that was released in 4.26, which I'm not gonna go into because it's a whole complicated thing on its own. But that's kind of how you would use the asset manager to decide which chunks things go into for the mobile downloader. Okay, like I mentioned, you can kind of set up chunks and cook rules per asset. So you can assign things directly in the config. So I'll kind of show that. We'll go back to the asset manager config. Okay, so primary asset rules, you could say like for the health potion, we're going to say that it's a super high priority potion for some reason, and it always goes in chunk 2, just because we're saying that. So this is kind of like the most specific way you could do that. Recursively doesn't apply in this case because you're setting it to exactly one thing. But the cook rule says when you should cook it. So you could say never cook, which will actually stop it from cooking. So this is useful if you have like something that you just want to make sure it never gets out ever. Always cook it, always cook it. This is useful because you can just put anything you want to your cook. Develop and cook, this ties into this option where you can say that you have like prototype or development only assets. And then you could like use that with like a switch to like decide what kind of things go into your final cook. That's like you need to use that. You need to turn on this only cook production assets rule here. So anyway, these rules here I mentioned, are used throughout the rest of these things I'm about to talk about. Okay, so you can set it directly in the config like I just showed you. You can also set up labels, and then you can also override some C++ functions to change how these rules are applied. This is a much more advanced thing that I'll talk about a little bit, but some of these rules are complicated because the engine is complicated. Specifically, it's sometimes hard to tell like what owns what. So it's hard to know if a map owns an item or an item owns a map. So that's one of those cases where you might need to change those rules. I'll go through a minor example. And then you can also override some C++ functions to change how these rules are applied. This is a much more advanced thing that I'll talk about a little bit, but some of these rules are complicated because the engine is complicated. Specifically, it's sometimes hard to tell like what owns what. So it's hard to know if a map owns an item or an item owns a map. So that's one of those cases where you might need to change those rules. I'll go through a minor example. So going back to the example, so here is the primary asset rules, like I mentioned. We're actually going to get rid of that because it's not really what we want to do. Instead, I actually set up some labels in the content browser. Okay. Shooter Game also has some labels set up, and that's how Shooter Game does its chunk assignment. So for the action RPG, I've set up a main menu and then a gameplay map label. So in this case, this says that everything that is referenced by the kind of main menu map will be assigned to chunk 0. And this just does apply recursively. So this says everything under this will get to chunk 0. And then I set the priority super high in this case because you want everything that it uses to be in the main menu. Then the gameplay map puts everything else in the chunk 1. And again, chunk 1 is a lower priority chunk than 0. And then I also set it up in the config already so that all of the items, like weapons and stuff, have a chunk ID set to 2. So basically, any item or potion that's not used directly in one of the maps will end up in chunk 2. Yeah, so that's how you set up rules, and I'll show you how you look at those in a second. Okay, so all these things are kind of hard to get a grip on until you really understand the system. Like, it's kind of hard to do it right the first time. Like, don't expect anyone to do this correctly the first time. So there's some tools that I and some other people built to help you investigate what your assets are doing. First one is the reference viewer, which is a useful thing in general that I'll show you in a second. That allows you to see what assets refer to other assets. You can also use the asset audit tool, which is just kind of like a list view of all of your assets, kind of similar to the content browser. And you have some options you can do on there. And then there's also the size map, which allows you to get a hierarchy view of all of the assets in your game, kind of from the top down, which lets you see what's using that super big texture that you don't want to ship. And that's actually, if you saw the the sort of announcement for this, that was the size map, which I'll show you in a second. So again, these are kind of hard to talk about, so we're just going to go through them. Shall leave that up. Okay, so to get to the reference viewer, you can easiest way to get there is just find any asset you care about. So let's go to one of the items. Sorry. Let's go to reference viewer. I can see this view here. Make it a little bigger. Okay, so this is a useful tool for all sorts of things. This lets you see that the axe is using, this gameplay base class, this ability, this actor that spawns, this texture. So these are hard references. You can tell because they have this white line, and they actually, and they say if you disable soft references. These purple lines are soft references. These are the ones I added for the demo that you had to use bundles to load. The other thing you can do is you can turn on management references. They say if you disable soft references. These actor, this useful tool for all sorts of things. This lets you see that the axe is using, this gameplay base class, this ability, this actor that spawns, this texture. So these are hard references. You can tell because they have this white line, and they actually, and they stay if you disable soft references. These purple lines are soft references. These are the ones I added for the demo that you had to use bundles to load. The other thing you can do is you can turn on management references. So that should not make these should not turn to none. That is a bug in 426 that should be fixed in the future. But you can still kind of see the name above it. So this is the axe. And then you can see that the axe is managed by this primary asset weapon:weapon axe. So that lets you see that this individual on disk asset is like logically owned by this primary asset kind of name over here. This primary asset identifier. So this is the actual primary asset identifier. Now, if you click on that, you will see that this is assigned to chunk 2. And that is because of the rules we set up in the project settings, where all weapons are assigned to chunk 2. So you can kind of use this interface to navigate all around and figure things out. The next tool that's useful is the asset audit. You can get to that 2 ways. You can either just go up here to Window, Developer Tools, Asset Audit. Oh, it's already open. Or you can actually select the assets you care about, right-click them, go to Audit Assets, and then I'll put it over here into your audit view. And this is basically just a version of the content browser that is meant for just looking at things in detail. So there's no big images in the way, there's no folders, that kind of stuff. So yeah, you can see details about each of these weapons. You can actually see that the asset registry data just shows up right here. So because I had added to this example registry tag for this particular weapon, that just shows up here. You can also see what chunk it gets assigned to, the cook rule for it. This usage is a little complicated. This is just kind of how many things are using it multiplied by their priority. So it's kind of an abstract concept. It's basically how important is this? Bigger numbers are more important. So if it's 1 million, it's probably really important. If it's 1, it's probably not important. If it's 0, it's actually just not used at all. And then this disk size is how big it is on disk. Exclusive means just how big is the actual asset on its own, so which is very small because these are just tiny little data assets. But the disk size overall is all the things it manages. So this includes all of the textures and meshes used by it. And then here's the name of it. Yeah, from here you can right-click things, and then you can get to the other tools like the reference viewer and the size map. Another very important thing you can do on this view is this drop down over here. This is probably hard to see, but this is actually selecting which platform you want. So if you have locally cooked for a platform, it will show up here. Or if you haven't, you can actually go to custom, and then you need to find basically the development asset registry file. So this is described. This part is in the documentation. So the details about this part are described in the documentation. But if you go over here and select the cooked platform, that actually switches all these sizes over here to be the cooked sizes. So these are much more accurate. So the editor sizes, it does its best to guess how big it'll be, but it's really not that accurate. But this is how big it will actually be in your data, uncompressed. So it'll be a little bit smaller on disk usually, depending on what you're doing per platform. But the point is you can use this to figure out how big things are. So you can see from this that essentially the axe is 4 times as big as the hammer. To see that better, we can use the size map. Okay. So this is, that's not great to do actually. I'll just get all of them. Okay, so this is looking at all the weapons in the game. This view is kind of hard to understand initially. It's kind of intimidating. The important part is the bigger the box, the larger it is. So this particular texture is very large for some reason. This particular sound is very large. But these textures over here, kind of small, who cares? So there's a shared section up here. This is all the things that are shared amongst all the weapons. And you can see that there's a lot of things that are shared. And you can actually see this because the kind of base blueprint weapon actor has references to a bunch of other things. But you can use the mouse wheel to zoom in and out. So I can zoom into this section of wave progression data table, and you can zoom back out. On the right here are the individual weapons. So we saw that Hammer 3 was pretty big, right? So Hammer 3 happens to have these 3 giant textures that add up to 3.6 megabytes. But Hammer 1, for some reason, doesn't have any big textures. So this one's tiny. So Hammer 3 is a thing you should optimize, whereas Hammer 1, you don't need to worry about it. But this is a pretty easy way to figure out what kind of textures and meshes should be optimized by your artists, because artists tend to, or you can go back to the asset audit view, because in the asset audit view, in addition to having these primary types that I brought over manually, you can do clear up here, and then you can do add asset class, add all textures in the game, all 2D textures. Okay, so this is every single texture in the sample. And we're just going to sort by disk size. So we can see that the barbarous character texture is very large. And you can see it's because it's a pretty big normal map for this character, so that makes sense. But then if you go back to the audit, some of these don't make as much sense. Like you might, okay, so here's a good example. In this case, the speed tree game wind noise texture is 5 megabytes. I don't know why the speed tree wind noise texture is 5 megabytes, because it's this. But yeah, just for some reason it's just part of the speed tree importer apparently. As you can see, the path is in the importer. What else is there? Most of these make sense though. Like most of these, the textures are kind of a bad example, because I think this game actually has been optimized pretty well. But if your game has not been optimized at all, you might find that you have some incredibly enormous like 4K textures that are like plain colors, and you don't need that. So this view is a really easy way to like find your like low-hanging fruit for optimization. The other thing you can do in here is clear everything out and do add chunks. So this just gives you all the chunks in the game. So again, 0 is kind of like the main menu and everything that the kind of like game startup needs. 1 is all the stuff in, actually you can see easier if I just go into the size map. So 1 is all the stuff inside this action RPG kind of like main gameplay map. So you can see, this map has a lot of textures it uses and so forth. But like this is like the lighting data, right? So the lighting data ends up being pretty big in most maps. And then chunk 2 is going to be all the individual primary assets that are not included somewhere else. So, we already saw this view basically, but it's like all the weapons and stuff. Now you might notice the chunk 0 is pretty big, right? And you usually want your 0 chunk to be small. So if you do size map on chunk 0, you can actually see what's going on. So over here, you'll see again, here's this big wind noise texture. This is not inside a label or anything else. That usually means that the engine is referencing it, or something like it's just loaded at startup or something like that. So this might be something you need to fix in C++ code or so forth. So like, here's like the default font. Like you probably need that though. The logo, I think the loading screen uses this logo, so that's why it's like big and not inside anything else. But you can also see that this is the main menu label. This is all the things that the main menu map needs. And again, there's a lot of stuff in here. This also includes like a lot of the base blueprints. So this is a good way to figure out if your like base blueprint is huge for some reason. Like the player character is 50 megabytes of total stuff. And that's probably because like the player character references, well, actually let's figure it out. So like, why is the player character so big? You can see here that the Goblin level 1 blueprint is referenced by it for some reason. And then you can kind of see, back to the reference viewer, you can see there's a hard reference from the player character blueprint to the Goblin blueprint. So that's an example of something that you may not want in your shipping game. Because it's kind of like, because your player's loaded in every scene, but you may not have goblins in every single level. So this is the kind of thing where you might want to go back later on and use the asset manager to like figure out if maybe you want to add like a enemy primary asset type. And that would allow you to get rid of this like hard dependency on the goblin. So like, why is the goblin referencing that? Let's just see if it shows up somewhere. It does. Yeah, good example. So in this case, the goblin is in memory because of a debug function. So this is just a function that was added for debugging during development. So this doesn't even work in the actual package game. This will be false and it won't do anything. But this blueprint node still exists in the shipping game. And this blueprint node references this goblin. So this like debug function is resulting in something like 20 megabytes of other extra stuff ending up in chunk 0. So yeah, I mean, your game will have a lot of issues like this. There's a lot of things that can cause hard references. But these kind of references are, again, why we built the asset manager in the first place, was to kind of try to deal with complicated use cases like this, where we don't really want to load everything. Let's go back to the size map if there's anything else interesting here. Not really. I mean, like, here's like the player character that's big, but that makes sense. The Anim blueprint has some stuff in it. Yeah, again, Action RPG is reasonably well optimized because we want to make sure we work on a mobile platform. But if you have like a prototype game and you go to like this view, I guarantee you're just going to see like crazy things in it. You're going to be like, oh, here's like our entire game is just one texture. So like you can get pretty far in optimizing your game by just using this view to like figure out what's going on. Okay, I think it's all the tool stuff I wanted to talk through. There's a few other options up here again. So you can have like all the types if you want. You can have like every single primary asset if you want. You know, like here's all the maps and the weapons and the skills all in one place. Let me go back to my presentation. I don't think I have much left. I do. Okay, right. Okay, a few things. I'm just going to kind of mention these quickly. This is just kind of like ideas to think about for advanced programmers. This is not something you want to dive into quickly. These are kind of things that you can kind of like build on top of the asset manager to do. So you might want to like, for instance, you might have like a lot of complicated things when your game starts up. Most games just start by like referencing everything and loading everything at once. But that may not be something you want to do. You may want to have like a loading bar, you know, like a progress bar or something. So you could like use the asset manager to like build a little mini state machine to give yourself a progress bar. One thing that ends up being pretty helpful is when you do like a map change, so the map change itself is going to be a hard load generally, unless you're using certain things. But most of the time it's going to be a hard load. But you can make that load a lot smaller if you do like a preload of all the assets the map uses. So you could write some like custom game code to do that with bundles or just kind of do manual stuff. It is hooked into the chunk downloading system used by the chunk downloader plugin I mentioned. So that is in the Battle Breakers game, a mobile game that we have shipped. That's actually set up to use the asset manager to download chunks off of the web on demand. So you can actually say like async load this character, and that'll start a download, and then it'll go to the server and download it, and then that demo will finish, and then it'll kind of load back into your game and give you a callback saying, here's your asset, it's now in memory. Again, there's not really a good example of this. It's a little complicated, but all the kind of like plumbing pieces are there. You will just have to kind of work through those pieces on your own. There's also some kind of like custom reports, which is that's been a useful thing to do. The asset manager has a few kind of built in. And actually, before I go to Q&A, this is a good time to do one more code thing. Yeah, let's go back to code. By the way, this is Visual Assist, which I recommend. Okay, so the asset manager header file, like I mentioned, it's kind of complicated, but I tried to put good comments on here explaining what's going on. So there's a lot of virtuals here. Basically, everything is virtual. You can override pretty much everything in here. So it's kind of organized by section. So you know, like there's like general utilities for getting stuff. There's like sections for async loading. There's sections for bundle changing. Again, these are very complicated, so they have very long comments. Here's some of the stuff about the chunk downloading down here. Okay, there's a bunch of general utility functions here. So these are useful for pretty much every game. So yeah, here, get asset data for path. Like this will just give it like an object path, a soft object path, which is the same thing as a soft object reference. This just like goes to the asset registry and just gives you the asset data for you. And this kind of like allows you to ignore like redirectors and like blueprint assets, that kind of thing. So all these like utility functions are just kind of designed to be easy to use on purpose. This is kind of the opposite. So like this takes like asset data, you might get out of the asset registry, and tells you like, this gives you a pointer to the actual thing you want, which in the blueprint case will be a blueprint class. If you just query the asset registry directly, you will actually get back the editor blueprint object, which is almost never what you want. So you want the blueprint class mostly. So that's why the asset manager has kind of like some wrappers to like avoid that weirdness of blueprints. Here's some of those like report functions I mentioned. So like one of these goes through and like gives you like actually like yeah. So this one like gives you like a list of all the things referencing a package. So you either call that from a script, or you could just have your own function defined in your own asset manager. And down here, the virtuals you want to override. So like here's the one that gets called at the end of loading. And then there's just a bunch of other functions. Like here's like a modify cook function. Yeah, you can like directly override which chunk things go into if you want to do something weird. Again, there's just a lot of functions in here. So once you are at the point where you've done the basic asset manager setup, and you have like your basic type setup, that's kind of a good time to like scan through this header and see if there's anything interesting you might want to use for your setup. There's a lot of functions. So. Okay, I think it's all the stuff I want to get through. So I'm gonna get some water real fast. I think this might be a good time for Victor to sort of talk about Q&A, and I'll be back in 1 minute.
For sure. Also time for me to address some of the audio issues I was having. I wasn't able to speak throughout Ben's presentation, which was fine because he clearly doesn't need me helping out. While Ben is getting some water, I guess I should switch this over, and then I can let you all know that next week we're actually going to do Q&A. I'm not ending the stream here. I know this is usually what I say when we end the stream, but next week we're going to cover the chunk downloader. Michael Prinke is coming back for another live stream, which is exciting. And yeah, I hope you're all excited about the MetaHuman Creator. Been sitting in that for a while, and it is absolutely amazing what the team has been able to accomplish there. Super excited about that. I'm personally not very familiar with the asset manager, and so I don't unfortunately have anything I can share with you right then or right there about it. Anything else new, cool, and exciting? Let me take a look at the upcoming schedule for those of you who normally tune in. And I can give you a quick brief of what we have coming up on the channel in the next couple of weeks. One would think I know this by hand, but there's a lot going on to it. So next week we're covering the chunk downloader. Week after that, we are actually bringing on a team from Germany called OnPoint, and they're going to talk about their virtual theater setup. So there's a little bit of virtual production going on there. And then week after that, we're doing simulation and training, which is going to be exciting. I also have NVIDIA covering DLSS in the future.
I cannot hear you, Victor.
That is because I am muted, and I'm going to tell Ben that. I had to go through a couple of different... There we go. I had to go through a little bit of an audio change setup that I discovered we had a problem when we started the stream because of the shift of which PC was actually hosting the stream. I just want to verify that everyone can hear Ben now as well.
Can you all hear me on the stream?
Yes, it looks good here, and we should no longer have you double me streaming out twice. Thank you, chat. Good to see that everything is working as intended. Awesome. I was just covering a little bit what we're going to show on the channel in the next coming weeks, but I think it's time for to cover a couple of the questions that we received so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can kind of, one thing I will say is I'm not going to go into detail about the specific ways that Epic has used this in the past. So I'll be more general, talking about like how games would use this or how games in general use this.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Start from the top. Matsiog asked, is it possible to cook and build a specific chunk? For example, having a project with HTTP chunks enabled can be quite slow if you only want to update one chunk.
Can you cook a single chunk?
Cook and build a specific one, yeah.
I don't think you can do that actually. Now you can definitely write some custom code. So you could modify the asset manager to just skip everything in chunk 0 at the kind of like never cook stage, but I don't actually know if that'll work. One thing you can do, you can use the iterative cooking feature sometimes, but I wouldn't recommend doing that for like a real build. Like for real builds, you kind of want to cook everything from scratch because sometimes we have issues where like the problem is that sometimes when you cook something, it actually kind of like changes it in ways that are kind of hard to predict. So it's better to cook everything the same. But you can set things up so that you cook using a baseline, which is similar to a DLC cook, like use like half the same options. That will just try to make the data you put out as similar as possible to the original data. So the download will be small. You still need to cook the whole thing, but then the download will be much smaller.
Brainshack asked, can the asset manager be used to group content for DLC and similar that can be downloaded on demand to keep package size small? Yeah,
basically. So yeah, that's kind of building on what I just talked about. So the process of doing that is kind of hard to describe. There's kind of two ways to do this. For most games where you download things from like a mobile game or so forth, you probably don't even want to use DLC. You probably just want to use the method I just talked about, where you use a baseline package build and kind of make a patch off of that. And then you would just ship like your chunk 0 directly in your like download on like Google Play Store or something. And then your like chunk like 1 through 20 could be like stored on some other download server or using Google's system. I don't know how that works. But the point is, you can, for most games, you probably don't want to use DLC explicitly for things with lots of chunks. But if you are using DLC, you definitely can use chunks to set that up as well. But I've not actually done that myself. So I've not tried to combine DLC with chunk assignment. I've heard from some licensees that this does work fine, but I've not tried it because kind of the DLC cooking kind of like makes its own pack file anyway, which is separate from the chunk assignment system. So I think you probably want to use either chunk assignment or DLC, but I could be wrong about that.
Next question comes from Willow Wolf 1. They ask, does the asset manager support saving/loading per instance of item data? For example, a sword item that has a random stat range, plus 1 to 10, strength, that must be saved per item instance.
No, it does not. No, we don't have, the asset manager is designed to be used with editor assets. So I mean, you can definitely, you can get pretty close, like, Blueprint Inheritance gets you pretty close to that, but no, it does not save actual data.
Next question comes from Willow Wolf 1. They ask, does the asset manager support saving/loading per instance of item data? For example, a sword item that has a random stat range, plus 1 to 10, strength, that must be saved per item instance.
No, it does not. No, we don't have, the asset manager is designed to be used with editor assets. So I mean, you can definitely, you can get pretty close, like, Blueprint Inheritance gets you pretty close to that, but no, it does not save actual data. One thing you might want to look at is the Action RPG save game code in the sample. So that has a really simple inventory save in it. But that uses the asset manager to like get the list of all the items, and like it saves an inventory by pointing to the primary asset ID. And then it would save like the random data on top of it. And then there's some code in there to like reconstruct those items for you. That's generally the way to go. There's not, the engine doesn't really have a built-in instance save and restore thing built into it.
I will go ahead and add, for a simple version of that, we do have the simple UGC plugin that Chance Ivy covered on the live stream last year. That is an easier way to sort of continue to push DLCs, etc., because they can essentially be loaded as a mod, and this is without the whole end user experience of being able to actually modify the game. But you can actually use that plugin, continue to push DLCs, etc., because they can essentially be loaded as a mod, and this is without the whole end user experience of being able to
built-in.
I will go ahead and add, for a simple version of that, we do have the simple UGC plugin that Chance Ivy covered on the live stream last year. That is an easier way to sort of continue to push DLCs, etc., because they can essentially be loaded as a mod, and this is without the whole end user experience of being able to actually modify the game. But you can actually use that plugin to deliver content as a DLC. It will be called a mod in the backend, but for the end user, it'll actually just be a DLC. I'll go ahead and link that in chat.
Just to mention in general, sometimes the code refers to mods and DLCs kind of interchangeably, just because of who, because historical reasons. But also, like, DLCs, mods, and plugins are kind of all the same thing, depending on how you use them. So sometimes it might be a little confusing in the code.
Yeah, it's all about understanding it, right? Being able to work with it. Let's move on to the next question. RyobG asked, how to avoid pulling in references when casting in blueprints. Soft loading usually causes return of generic objects, which needs to be casted and stored in member object/class references. How much is actually that nullifying the benefits of delayed and soft loading?
Yeah, so yes, that's a real issue. When we construct an artificial example in the editor. Yeah, so let's go to this goblin. Okay, so we're going to add a soft reference. I'm sorry. This is kind of on the fly, so 1 second.
Doing it live, folks.
Yep. Yeah, here's an example. So you do the async load here of all of the items. So yeah, if you have like an async load that does, so everything up in here is fine, but then if you do like a cast here, cast to goblin range 1 or whatever, yeah, so cast to goblin NPC level 1. So this is bad. So even if this object was asynchronously loaded, or this is a soft reference or whatever, this is bad. So even if this object was asynchronously 1 or whatever, yeah, so cast to goblin NPC level 1. So this is bad. So even if this object was asynchronously loaded, or this is a soft reference or whatever, every cast node you have to have a full reference to it. So the general fix to this is you just never do that. You only ever cast to like, what's the parent class of goblin? BP enemy character. Right. So basically, you just only ever cast to your base classes, and then usually base classes will not have a lot of asset references in them. So so obviously this has a lot of functions in it. This has like variables, it has components, but the class defaults, I don't know, all the components out there. Yeah. So like here's like the mesh. So like in the base enemy character, there's no skeletal mesh set. So you want to do as much as you can, where you have like an empty parent blueprint that would have all the stuff you need, but then don't fill in things like skeletal mesh. And then in your children, you end up setting skeletal mesh to this like actual gruntling mesh. So this is I kind of go over this a little bit into the like using Blueprint and C++ documentation page, which I don't have a link for right now, but I can find one. But the point is you want to use Blueprint base classes everywhere. The other option you could use interfaces. So Blueprint interfaces can also be used for this. They have their own problems. I would recommend using base classes whenever you can, and then when you can't, because you have like, if you want to like interact with both an enemy character and like a chest, then you can't really have a base class because they're two totally different things. Then interfaces are better for that than casting to like some really low level thing.
There's a great video that I believe Zach Parrish did a couple years ago on blueprint communication. If you are unfamiliar with the different ways to communicate between blueprints, go check that out on YouTube. It has taught me a lot back in the day. Let's go on to the next one. I just want to say interfaces are absolutely fantastic. Natrog32 asked, what would be the best way to deal with a massive amount of spells / abilities, perhaps thousands?
This system scales up just fine to thousands, tens of thousands, fine. The actual problem there is you need to have them be assets in the editor. So there's a few ways to do that. Yeah, so obviously there could be literally just be 1,000 weapons here. At a certain point, you're probably going to want to write like an in-game tool, a game-specific tool to create assets for you. You could use something like I think the Blueprint utility widgets can do that, I think. I've never tried that with them, but I think they can do that. Or you can write game-specific ones to do that. You could use that to like generate a bunch of things for you. That's one option. I don't recommend doing that unless you, I don't know, it depends on your game. The other key there is you're going to want to use Blueprint inheritance at that point. So these are not blueprints. No, these are not blueprints. These are just pure data assets. But if you have like a really complicated hierarchy of like tens of thousands of items, you probably want inheritance. The other thing you can do is you can use data tables for that, which might be a better idea at the like tens of thousands level, because then you can like generate your data in like an external tool like Excel or even just like some custom thing, like custom JSON thing, and like import that as a data table. And then a lot of games do is one thing you can do that works pretty well is like mix and match blueprints and data tables. So you have like a generic weapon blueprint, and then like on the blueprint or on the data asset, whatever, you like have a reference to a data table row here, and then you would pull like the stats out of the data table. So like, and then mixing and matching, you can then say, here's a sword, so it has all the sword animations, but it actually uses the stats out of this data table. And I think that's a better way to get to like huge amounts of data in my experience.
All right. Next question comes from Chaos Spectrum. How would you search / query primary assets during runtime / in editor using gameplay tags? I like to use gameplay tags to mark my primary assets.
Yeah, a few ways to do that. Let's go to code. Right. So this code here. So here's like the name example, right? But you can just pull it. You can just pull it out as a raw string. You can pull everything out as a raw string. So you could have like string, and then you pull the tag value into there. Sorry, now I'm doing that. And I'm pretty sure gameplay tags have a from export text on them, because this is something we actually do in some of the internal games. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so you can just call this function and then pass in the export string. So like, I'm pretty sure that'll work. So then you have a proper gameplay tag here. And then if it's in this will only work if it's actually in the dictionary. But since it's in the dictionary, you can then use this tag to do whatever you want to. So you can set up like a runtime, map from gameplay tag to primary asset ID, or gameplay tag to asset data. I'm actually kind of working on something for 427 that might help a little bit with this, called a data registry that has like native tag support built into it. Does not currently interact with the asset manager in this way, but I want to do it at some point. but yeah, it's a pretty common desire to want to go from gameplay tags to assets, and I think that's probably something we're gonna look at making like a real feature in the future, because I've had to write that at a few different times on different projects. So it seems like a pretty common thing we should just do once somewhere.
All right. Next question comes from Flasari. Is there a way or plan to make chunks addressable by string names instead of integers?
There's definitely a plan. There's not a great way to do that just because of how it works. Chunks are stored at a very low level in the system, where like space is at a premium. There's not a great way to do that. I think you might end up wanting to do something that kind of like generates stuff for you from some description file, because you could name the chunks after the like primary asset in them or something, but not be game specific. So there's nothing built into the engine to do that. For some games I've worked on, we can set it up so you can like have a separate description of like your top level structure, and then use that to like kind of override some of the get chunk ID functions. Because like on Asset Manager, all the chunk functions can just be overridden. So so like this function, you can override this. So you could have this go into your game specific thing, figure out, and then figure out, oh, this is character Bob, and character Bob should go in chunk 4. And then you could do a mapping there. So no, there's no way to do that in the engine, but that's also something that's come up a few different times. So it might be something we look at, but there's no plan for that though.
Matsuok had another question. Extending the U primary asset label with a new class breaks instances of the new class. They get ignored by the asset manager. Is it possible to extend it for adding some metadata for DLCs and stuff?
I would have expected that to work. Asset labels are kind of treated like slightly weirdly, so there might be something specific to them where that doesn't work. That works fine for everything besides labels. So that might just be a bug in the asset manager. I've never tried that, so it's probably just something we just doesn't work for no good reason. That should work. So, and if it's a simple change, that seems like something like a pull request. I probably put a pull request if it's pretty simple. If not, maybe just describe the problem better somewhere. I'm not sure.
Next question comes from Darkness FX. Can we use modify cook to split builds like ASTC only textures and materials for Android, ARM64v8, and ETC2 only texture materials for Android, ARMv7?
I think you probably want to use the other function in here, which is similar. So you do have some platforms that are control. You can change the chunk assignment here. So these chunk functions do pass in the target platform. So the default doesn't do anything with them, but you can definitely do that. So you can strip out certain textures if you don't need them on a certain platform. I think there's this simple override here, which just lets you exclude certain assets per platform. So I think the way you do that is the easy way to do that is to override the chunk assignment per platform. So then you would shove all of the whatever format you care about textures into one chunk, and then at your packaging layer you could just like say don't package chunk 5 on iPhone or something. I don't know how to do that super easily. There is one file that might help a little bit with that. I forget what it's called. Right now, no, it's not it. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember offhand. There's an INI file that also lets you assign non-package, non-asset data to chunks, which you might need to do for like shaders and stuff like that. I don't know if we have any examples doing that right now. This is another example of a thing that we should have a sample for, but don't. So it's definitely doable.
Next question comes from Rima Wrench. Does primary asset bundle support T-array and T-maps of soft object pointers?
Yes, that should all work just fine. I'm sure where that function is. So it just calls the primary data asset. It just calls this like generic function on the asset manager. So if you don't want to use primary data asset for some reason, you can just like override these like 4 functions in your base class, and that's all you need to do. But this generic function, I'm pretty sure handles arrays. Yeah, it does. So this uses a property value iterator, which actually will go into structs and arrays for you. So it doesn't matter where you put it. As long as it's inside the same U object, it should get parsed out correctly.
We have another question from Darkness FX. Can we use editor utilities plus asset manager or asset tools to automate editor tasks with edit and save assets data? Like set everything from one folder to a different chunk ID or apply new tags to assets?
Chunks, no, because the chunking system right now is more rule-based. You could definitely write something to modify your INI file, but there's no way to do that from blueprints right now. There's not super great support for blueprint editor utilities and the asset manager. I don't think there's much. There's some asset registry stuff, I'm pretty sure. I mean, in my experience, you're just gonna have to write C++ code at some point to do that kind of thing. I feel like when it comes to things that are for packaging and shipping, you're going to be in C++ eventually. So there hasn't been a lot of effort to support packaging, shipping stuff in blueprint editor utilities.
Next question comes from Henry Liu. Is that possible to hold some assets which we do not want to be unloaded during change map? For example, a bunch of textures. Henry Liu. Is that possible to hold some assets which we do not want to be unloaded during change map? For example, a bunch of textures.
Yeah, totally. So that's where the preload is useful. So actually, if you just do like this preload primary assets, there's also just like a function on the asset manager, which just gives you a load asset list. So you can just pass in like a bunch of soft object paths here. And this is just be able, so if you figure out what all the textures are, you could just like use this and then if you start to go a little slower on this one, it's complicated. You figure out what you want to load, pass it in here, and then just hold this handle around. So put it on your game instance or somewhere. And as long as this handle is around, those textures will not get garbage collected on the map transition. This is also pretty useful if you're doing like a reload. So like if you die, you want to reload a checkpoint. This is another very useful thing to do in that case. So it doesn't matter that these assets are already loaded. That's fine. So you just kind of ignore the delegate. You don't have to pass it a delegate. So you just load it and just keep this handle, and then you can do exactly that. Or you could do something with bundles. That's what I was talking about, bundles, where you could set up like a map primary asset and have like a bundle that has like all the textures it needs. That's more complicated, but it's kind of the same idea though. You like figure out what textures to assign to it, and then you could like override the bundle functions to like assign it to it.
Next question comes from Cyberwolf755. How would you cook assets and load them from a server for a finished game? Does UE4 support downloading natively?
For server, no, I don't think there's any support for server-side downloading in anything we've shipped. So maybe you could possibly use the chunk downloader plugin, but I haven't tried to do that on the server. It may be possible. Yeah, no, I don't know of a good way to do that.
This is a long shot, but I will try to do a shout out to one of the teams in the 2019 Epic Mega Jam who's actually submitted a game for the jam that had a downloader built into it. They were very clever about that because they were trying to get around one of the special modifier category requirements. It's real clever. If you are watching or might be in the future, it would be great. I think those folks actually wrote up something about that, and I'm just not sure where that lies. But they were able to do it for the Mega Jam, so I definitely know it's possible. 100% custom though, as far as I know. Chaos Spectrum had another question for us. I have a couple of things derived for a primary asset: item to world to weapon to ranged. If I have a custom asset type or ranged, I get a warning. Is this just a limitation?
I don't understand that question. So Chaos, that might be a better one for some text later. So maybe post that on. Now's a good time for a good plug. The Unreal Slackers Discord has some pretty good channels for like C++ and more advanced stuff. So some of these more advanced questions might be better off just doing over there.
We can also discuss them in the forum announcement post for this live stream on our forums, and then it's a little easier to search
for one for
to world to weapon. So I definitely know it's just not trying to get around one of the custom though. For a primary, I get a warning. Item to world to weapon. I had another question for us. I have a couple of things derived for a primary asset: item to world to weapon to ranged. If I have a custom asset type or ranged, I get a warning. Is this just a limitation?
I don't understand that question. So Chaos, that might be a better one for some text later. So maybe post that on. That's a good time for a good plug. The Unreal Slackers Discord has some pretty good channels for like C++ and more advanced stuff. So some of these more advanced questions might be better off just doing over there.
We can also discuss them in the forum announcement post for this
Yeah,
live
of course,
stream
yeah.
on our forums, and then it's a little easier to search for it once the conversation has happened. But Slackers is a great place to sort of discuss and hash things out in more real time, which is a little different from the forums. But Ben, I'll make sure to send you the questions after the stream as well, and you can go ahead and tackle them when you have some time.
Yeah, actually, yeah, build on that. So I'll make sure to check the announcement thread a few times this week. I mean, I won't check it forever, but if you do post like specific things, I will definitely take a look at them and I'll answer them if I know them, if I can. So.
I will check it forever because I get notifications every time someone writes there. So Ben, if there's something that comes up, I will let you know.
Sure.
Let's see. Cyberwolf had another question. Does patching a game mean swapping the changed chunks? So for example, if a game didn't make enough chunks or any, it would result in larger updates. An example being Mortal Kombat 11 that had a PC patch the size of the whole game.
Yeah, there's a few things there. I don't know what their patch. I'm not going to speculate on what their patching architecture is like, but the full-size downloads are often because if you're not building with a baseline release build, especially on older versions of the engine, it would do a pretty bad job of like lining things up. I think it does a better job now by default, but it also does a much better job if you use the baseline. So that just should be better in the more recent versions of the engine. But it is true they do like rearrange your chunks massively. Like if you switch from like, if you just like move everything in chunk 1 to chunk 2, move everything in chunk 2 to chunk 1, you're gonna have to re-download everything if you do that. So you want to get your chunk assignments figured out kind of before you release for real, like maybe end of early access or like, you know, late beta, that kind of thing is when you want to finalize it, because you don't really want to change it after you have like a lot of people downloading it.
See, Saxhack asked, does this work with the Google Pad plugin?
I have no idea what that is.
Me neither, actually. I've never heard of that plugin.
Yeah, that might be the DLC one. There's not really native integration with this stuff, but again, this just makes the correct staged files for you. And then the staging to like delivery is all very platform specific. And there's not really a unified way to do that. So it's all very different depending on the platform.
I Spam for Food asked, on a data asset, can we soft load them and access something like a struct? Example being, I have a data set with conditions. I want to access the conditions without fully loading the data asset.
Yeah, you do something similar to what I just did for the gameplay tag example. So this from export string on gameplay tag basically does that for you. So if you were to tag an entire structure as asset registry searchable, pretty sure it writes out the whole structure. Yeah, it does. Yeah. And then you can just kind of, you have to use this weird import text thing. But import text basically, this is the syntax you get when you like copy paste things in the editor basically. So it uses that syntax. So you can have whatever you want to in there. So you can totally just have like a rule structure in your asset registry data and then pull it out with this import text. This will be kind of slow though, especially if you have like a lot of these. So.
Sniper Echo asked, I'm working on a project and currently exploring how to implement delta patching. Is this a viable replacement to delta patching?
No. Because they're shorter, so you don't want to do the full path. I mean, you can if you want. So you could override this to use the full path as the primary one if you wanted to. But in my experience, designers like to move things between directories more than they like to move things, rename them. The other thing you can do is you can actually set it up in your game so that like keeps the primary asset consistent over time. So you could like override some of these functions. There's also like there's a simple redirector in the settings. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so these primary asset ID redirects, that's literally for this exact case where you have like a database where you store things like weapon.ax and then you decided to call it weapon.ax4. Then you could like set up a remapping here. And there's some functions on the asset manager that lets you like do that remapping.
And this is, we have a little bit of time. There's a question here that's sort of on topic, but I figure we can address it.
Okay.
What was that?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry for the bad puns asked, what are the kinds of problems associated with using interfaces instead of blueprints to avoid hard asset references? I think what they're referring to is using blueprints, interfaces instead of casting. And
the base classes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it kind of comes down to, there's a few reasons for that.
Multiple types.
For that.
Yeah, load times is a big one that I came across.
Well, I think he's asking more about interfaces versus base classes, because those are the two options.
Ooh, yeah, I think you're right.
So base classes are just a little easier to use because you don't need to have you don't need to expose things in both the interface and the base class. If you have a base class, it makes sense to just do it in one place. Interfaces are a little slower, like performance-wise, in some cases. Also, it's harder to interface.
Yes.
Well, I think he's asking more about interfaces versus base classes.
Ask, what are the kinds of problems associated with using interfaces instead of blueprints to avoid hard asset references? I think what they're referring to using blueprints, interfaces instead of casting and
base classes, yeah. Yeah, it kind of comes down to. There's a few reasons for that.
Load times.
For that.
Yeah, load times is the big one that I came across.
Well, I think he's asking more about interfaces versus base classes, because those are the two options.
Ooh, yeah, I think you're right.
So base classes are just a little easier to use because you don't need to have you don't need to expose things in both the interface and the base class. If you have a base class, it makes sense to just do it in one place. Interfaces are a little slower, like performance-wise, in some cases. Also, it's harder to have an interface that works in both C++ and blueprints. So if you want to have things that are, if you want to have your base classes be in native code and use from blueprints, base classes are currently easier than interfaces for a variety of reasons that are not worth going into. But yeah, I mean, my general advice is use base classes when it makes sense, and then when it doesn't make sense, use interfaces.
Yeah, I especially like to use interfaces when I have similar functions and I don't want different actors to have the same base class because they are vastly different, but I still need to know how much health does this have, or any of the other typical results. Being able to return that data and essentially call a function on a class that you don't actually have a reference to is extremely useful, especially during prototype phases when you're not sure about the entire hierarchy of all of the classes that you'll actually be shipping with the game.
Yep. Yeah, totally. That's kind of the big thing, right? So if it's basically every game should have a base character class that's game specific. I think pretty much every game ends up doing this. So that's a pretty natural place to put some of those general functions. But
bonjour, Osama. Bonjour.
Vehicles and characters can't be the same base class, really. So there's stuff like that where interfaces make way more sense for those.
In the end, we always talk about performance and ways to manage it, but one of the most important things is that it is all that you can work with it as a human, right, and understand what's going on. And so occasionally you can pay a little bit of the performance cost and take some of the manageability of the system over that performance cost, but always run your profilers to make sure that it's the right choice. That was our last question. I think we went through all of them. Yeah, it was another one about the Google plugin, which unfortunately we're not aware. Maybe we can provide some information on that later. With that said, Ben, is there anything else you want to leave chat with before we sign off here today?
Yeah, I think so. A few things. So I was thinking, I think I probably want to write up some of this in an informal form. I might throw this on the UE4 community wiki at some point. So for people who don't like to read video, people who don't want to watch a whole video to get some of the details out of it. So I'm probably going to write up something in the next few days, put it there. I'll link that in the forum thread if once I do that.
Yeah, I'll put it in the OP as well.
Yeah, but also, yeah, I mean, just in general, a lot of these systems are designed as kind of a toolbox to be used by moderately. These systems are mostly designed for moderately experienced programmers. If you're a super experienced programmer, you've either already found this or you have your own way of doing this. But if you're a brand new programmer, this might not be ready for that. But it's a good moderate experienced programmer. So because of that, it doesn't do a lot of things all the way for you. The system is designed to do things 95% of the way for your game. So think about that when you look into the systems and are looking at the headers and stuff. It's designed to be a toolbox more than it is a all-in-one solution. I think that's really the only thing I wanted to say. Yeah, so just pull up my Who Am I slide, I guess, to end on. Okay. Yeah, so you can poke me. Actually, you can poke me on Twitter if you want. I think that'll work. Or obviously on the forum thread's great. Yeah, and this is the kind of, I usually think about this stuff fairly often. So there's a lot of interesting areas of combining gameplay and engine-y stuff. So. And then, like I mentioned, Unreal Slackers has good discussions about that sometimes. So those are all different ways to get in contact with me if you want. Yeah, I think that's everything I wanted to say on my side.
Awesome. Well, with that said, I do want to let everyone know that if you thought there was a lot of content and you wasn't really sure where we discussed something and you want to go back and watch the VOD, within a couple of days.
Okay, I stop here. Tomorrow will be code cleaning. Anyone who is here, stay safe. I don't want to sleep, but I will try to. Anyways, bye bye.